Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, The Man in the Elevator, always gets off one floor before mine is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first time I noticed the man in the elevator, he wasn't doing anything wrong. That's the part I kept coming back to later, when I tried to explain it to people without sounding like I'd been collecting weirdness on purpose. He didn't stare. He didn't crowd me. He didn't breathe hard or mutter or angle his phone like he was filming me. He simply got on at the lobby, pressed 11, and then stepped off at 10, one floor before mine, like he'd changed his mind. The thing was, he did it again the next night. My name is Mara Ellison, 32, female. And at the time, I lived alone on the 11th floor of the Denton Arms, an old brick apartment building on North Kenmore Avenue in Chicago, just west of Wrigleyville, where the streets smell like wet leaves, fried food, and exhaust, depending on which way the wind pushes. I worked billing for a physical therapy clinic in Lincoln Park, which meant most of my day was spent asking insurance portals why they hated me, and most of my evenings were spent trying to convince myself that microwave dinners counted as cooking if I put them in a bowl. I had moved into the Denton Arms in October after breaking up with a man who had never hit me, never threatened me, never done anything dramatic enough to explain why I started keeping my keys threaded between my fingers in parking lots. Jeremy just made me smaller, little by little. Checked who texted me. Asked why I needed to lock the bathroom door. Called my caution paranoia, until I stopped saying what I noticed. So when I moved into apartment 1104, I promised myself I wouldn't live like prey. Then I bought a doorbell camera, a chain lock, 2 rubber wedges, and a baseball bat from Target. The building itself had that tired charm old Chicago rentals have when landlords call maintenance character. The lobby had black and white tile, a radiator that knocked like someone trapped in the wall, and a chandelier with half the bulbs dimmer than the others. The elevator was worse. Brass doors rubbed at the edges when they opened, and the inside smelled faintly of pennies, dust, and whatever lemon cleaner the night janitor used too heavily around the buttons. It made a soft whining sound between floors, like an old throat clearing. On Tuesday evening, I came home with a tote bag biting into my shoulder and a paper sack of groceries dampening at the bottom from a carton of oat milk that had started to leak. Rain had been falling since noon, not hard, just steady enough to make everyone in the city move like they were personally insulted by weather. The lobby was empty, except for Mr. Anton Bell, 68, male, the building's doorman on weekday evenings, who had the broad shoulders of a retired cop, but the gentle, distracted way of a man, always listening to baseball through one earbud. He sat behind the little marble desk with a crossword folded beside the visitor log. "You're dripping on my clean floor, Mara," he said without looking up. "I'll pay damages in oat milk," I told him. That got a low laugh from him. Elevator S been acting sticky. If it stalls, don't kick the doors. Last guy did that and jammed it worse. I have never kicked anything in my life. You kicked the vending machine last week. That was communication. He smiled, and the normalness of that small exchange settled around me like a coat. I remember that clearly. The lobby lights humming overhead, the rain ticking against the glass front doors, my shoes squeaking on the tile, Mr. Bell's pen scratching at newsprint. Then the elevator dinged. The doors opened. The man stood inside already. He was a white man, maybe mid-40s male, though I didn't know his name then. Average height. Gray wool coat, dark pants, black knit gloves, even though it wasn't that cold. His hair was brown and thin at the crown, cut neat enough to make him forgettable. His face had the blank, tired patience of someone who had been standing in an elevator longer than expected. I hesitated for half a second. Not enough for anyone to notice, I thought. He looked up from the floor numbers. Going up, his voice was ordinary. Soft Chicago vowels, maybe suburban. Yeah, I said. I stepped in. The grocery bag sagged in my arms, and I had to pin it against my hip so the oat milk wouldn't slide out. The man shifted politely to the far corner, leaving space. He smelled like cold wool and cigarette smoke trapped in fabric, not fresh, more like he'd stood near someone smoking outside a bar. I pressed 11. The button was already lit. I looked at it, then at him. He gave a tiny shrug. Same direction. That was all. The doors closed with a rubbery thump. The elevator began to climb. For the first few floors, nothing happened. I watched the numbers change above the door. 2, 3, 4. The cable whined. Somewhere, water ticked down the shaft. My phone buzzed once in my coat pocket, but my hands were full, so I let it go. At 7, the elevator gave a little shudder, the kind old elevators do when they remember their machines. My oat milk slid sideways in the bag and knocked against a can of soup. The man glanced at it. You're leaking. Oh, damn. I looked down. A pale line of oat milk was creeping across the paper sack. Here, he said. He reached into his coat pocket. My whole body tightened before I could stop it. He pulled out a folded napkin. A plain brown paper napkin, probably from a coffee shop. Thanks, I said too quickly. I didn't take it. He noticed. Not dramatically. Just a small pause, his hand in the air between us. Then he placed the napkin on the elevator handrail instead of coming closer. No problem, he said. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. At 10, the elevator dinged. The doors opened onto the 10th floor hallway, which had the same beige carpet as mine, the same ugly wall sconces, the same faint smell of somebody's dinner and old plaster. The man stepped out. But before he went, he turned sideways and looked back into the elevator. Not at me exactly. Past me, at the panel. Then he said, "Have a good night." You too. The doors began to close. I saw him still standing there as they narrowed, facing the elevator, hands at his sides. Then the doors shut, and I went up one more floor alone. One floor is nothing. 10 seconds. Less. But that night, it felt long enough for my thoughts to start arranging themselves into shapes I didn't like. When I got to 11, I stepped into the hall and listened. The Denton arms had old bones. Sound traveled through pipes, vents, corners. Someone's TV was playing a game show behind 1107. A dog barked once from somewhere above. From the stairwell at the far end, the exit sign buzzed in its red plastic casing. I looked toward the stairwell. Nothing. My apartment was 4 doors down from the elevator. I walked fast without meaning to. The wet paper bag made a tearing sound right as I reached my door, and a can of tomato soup dropped onto the carpet with a thick little thud. "Perfect," I whispered. I got inside, locked the deadbolt, slid the chain, wedged the rubber stopper under the door, and stood there with my back against it until my breathing stopped sounding stupid in my ears. Then I laughed once, not because anything was funny, because nothing had happened. The next day, I told myself he lived on 10, or visited someone on 10, or had pressed the wrong floor without noticing. Maybe he'd meant to press 10 and hit 11 because the buttons were too close, and the brass panel was always smeared with fingerprints. It was Chicago. It was an apartment building. People existed near each other. That wasn't a threat. That's what normal people understood. I wanted badly to be normal. Wednesday was quieter. Work ran late because our claims software crashed at 4:48 p.m., which is the exact time all office systems choose to die if they want to ruin morale. By the time I got home, my eyes felt gritty from staring at spreadsheets, and the rain had turned into a fine mist that made halos around the streetlights. In the lobby, Mr. Bell wasn't at the desk. Instead, Nina Patel, 26, female, the overnight front desk clerk, sat with one sneaker propped on the chair rung, watching a video on her phone with the volume low. Nina was sharp, funny, and allergic to panic. She wore her black hair in a loose bun and had a talent for making everything sound like a customer service problem, including burst pipes and drunk tenants sleeping near the mailboxes. "Bell leave early?" I asked. "Grandkids recital," she said. "He told me to protect the kingdom." "From what?" She looked around the sleepy lobby. "Renters with opinions." I smiled and checked my mailbox. 2 flyers, 1 electric bill, 1 envelope addressed to a woman who hadn't lived in 1104 for at least 2 years. As I turned back, the elevator doors opened. He was inside again. Same gray coat, same gloves, same stillness. For one awkward second, none of us moved. Nina looked up from her phone. "You going up, Mara?" The man did not step out. I don't know why that bothered me. People rode elevators. That was the entire point. "Yeah," I said. I walked in. This time, I pressed 11 before I let myself look at the panel. The 11 button was already lit. So was 10. The man stood in the back corner again, hands folded in front of him. He gave me a small nod, like we were neighbors who had crossed paths at the laundry room. "Evening," he said. "Hi." The doors closed. My phone was in my hand this time. I pretended to read an email from Comcast while watching him in the dark reflection of the elevator doors. Reflections in old brass are not useful. They smear people into stretched versions of themselves. His face looked longer there, his eyes like thumbprints. At 4, the elevator stopped. A woman got on carrying a yoga mat and a takeout bag. This was Claire Donnelly, 39, female, who lived in 806 and worked as a nurse at Advocate, Illinois Masonic. I knew that because she had once helped me carry a bookshelf from the loading area after Jeremy bylaid on me mid-move. Claire had the kind of practical kindness that came without fuss. She smelled faintly of antiseptic and sesame oil. "Hey, Mara," she said, stepping in. "You survived the rain, barely." She looked at the man, then at the lit buttons. 10 or 11. 10, he said. His answer came fast. Too fast, maybe. Or maybe I had started measuring normal speech with broken tools. Claire pressed 8 and leaned against the wall. "Elevator sounds worse every week." "It's vintage," I said. "It's cardiac arrest in a box." That made me laugh for real. The elevator climbed. Claire got off at 8, lifting her takeout bag in goodbye. Then it was just us again. At 9, the man adjusted one glove finger by finger. Tiny leather creaks. At 10, the elevator dinged, and he stepped out. Again. This time, I watched carefully. He walked 3 steps into the hallway, then stopped. Doors began to close before I saw what he did next, but in the narrowing gap, I caught his shoulder turning back toward me. Not toward me, toward the elevator, standing, waiting. The doors shut. The elevator rose. My thumb hovered over my phone screen. I could call someone. But who? Nina downstairs. And say what? There's a man using the elevator correctly. When the doors opened on 11, I stayed inside for a full second and listened. A faint sound came from below. Not a footstep, not a voice. The stairwell door closing on 10. A soft metal click. I stepped out. The hallway on 11 looked the same as always. Beige carpet, framed print of Navy Pier hanging crooked between 1102 and 1103. Low ceiling with old sprinkler heads. The little table near the elevator where people left unwanted mail and delivery menus. Except there was something on that table. A brown paper napkin, folded once. I stared at it. There were plenty of explanations. Someone could have left it there earlier. Someone could have brought food upstairs. Claire had a takeout bag. Maybe the napkin wasn't the same kind. Maybe my brain had grabbed one ordinary object and dragged a rope between 2 moments because fear likes patterns. I didn't touch it. I went straight to my apartment. That night, I checked my doorbell camera twice before bed. It faced the hallway at a low angle, wide enough to catch shoes, legs, the opposite wall, and the first few feet toward the elevator. Mostly it recorded my neighbor Luis Romero, 44, male, coming home from his restaurant job in non-slip shoes, and Mrs. Evelyn Ward, 71, female, from 1102, shuffling past with her tiny white terrier, Biscuit, who believed the hallway was his property. At 11:36 p.m., the camera caught the elevator doors opening. No one came out. The door stayed open for 8 seconds, then closed. I replayed it 4 times, my face lit blue in the dark of my bedroom. 8 seconds. Empty elevator. Old building. Sticky doors. Sensor glitch. Nothing. I made myself put the phone down. The next morning, I was tired enough to burn my toast and put body lotion on my toothbrush. I worked from home on Thursdays, so I spent the day in leggings, answering emails from the little desk wedged between my kitchen and living room. Outside, the alley behind the building rang with delivery trucks and the metallic crash of dumpsters. Everything felt normal in daylight. Annoyingly normal. At noon, someone knocked on my door. I looked through the peephole and saw Mrs. Ward's silver hair and Biscuit's frantic tail. Mrs. Evelyn Ward, 71, female, lived alone in 1102 and treated the 11th floor like a small village she had been elected to supervise. She had soft hands, sharp eyes, and a voice that could turn from sugar to steel if someone left trash outside the shoot room. Biscuit, male in spirit and chaos, weighed 9 pounds and sounded like a smoke alarm with teeth. I opened the door with the chain still on. Mrs. Ward noticed, of course. Good, keep using that. I unhooked the chain. Everything okay? Probably. She leaned closer. Do you know a man on 10? Gray coat, dark gloves. My mouth went dry in a very specific, irritating way. I've seen him, I said. Why? Biscuit doesn't like him. Biscuit stood beside her orthopedic shoe, trembling with the effort of wanting to bark and being told not to. Biscuit doesn't like the vacuum. Biscuit has standards. Mrs. Ward lowered her voice. I saw him last night by the stair door. On 11, she nodded. The radiator hissed behind me. Somewhere down the hall, a pipe knocked twice. What was he doing? Nothing. She made a small, unhappy face. That was the strange part. He was standing with his hand on the stairwell door, listening. Listening to what? I don't know, dear. I didn't ask him. I glanced toward the elevator. The hallway was empty. Daylight came weakly through the small window at the far end, flattening everything into pale gray. Mrs. Ward followed my gaze. I told Nina this morning, she said. She said she'd check the cameras. That should have settled something. Instead, it made the whole thing feel less private, less like a bad shape I had drawn in my own head. After Mrs. Ward left, I messaged Nina through the building app. I tried to phrase it casually. Hey, sorry, weird question. Do you know who lives in 1004 or 1005? There's a man in a gray coat I keep seeing get off on 10. Mrs. Ward mentioned him too. Nina replied 20 minutes later. Can't give tenant info, obviously, but I'll look into it. You okay? I typed yeah, just checking. Then deleted the exclamation point. Then sent it anyway. At 6:12 p.m., Nina called. Not texted, called. I answered too fast. Hey. Okay, she said, and her voice had lost its usual bored edge. So don't freak out. That's never worked in human history. I know. I'm saying it because I'm required to pretend it might. Papers rustled near the phone. We checked the 10th floor tenant list. Nobody matching that description is registered on 10. He could be visiting someone. Sure, yeah, but here's the thing. The camera in the lobby shows him entering behind residents. Twice. No fob scan. No sign-in. Stood in my kitchen, looking at the little strip of light beneath my apartment door. He tailgated. Looks like it. Did you call him? I mean, call someone on 10. I talked to Mr. Bell. He's going to ask around. We can't accuse random people based on a coat, but we're watching. The building's heating system clicked on with a deep clank. The vent above my stove breathed out dusty, warm air. Mara, Nina said, quieter now. Did he say anything to you? Not really. Did he ask your floor? No, he already had 11 pressed. There was a pause, a small one, enough. Nina, yeah, she said, that's weird. I looked at my door again. From the hallway came a faint mechanical sound, the elevator, the old motor starting up somewhere below. I didn't move. On the phone, Nina said, "Are you home?" "Yes." "Lock your door." "It is." "Chain 2." "Yes." The elevator cables whined behind the wall, rising. It passed lower floors with soft electrical ticks I had never noticed before. 5, 6, 7 maybe. It was hard to tell from inside my apartment, but old buildings teach you their organs if you live in them long enough. "Mara," Nina said, "I'm sending Belle up." The elevator stopped. A ding. Not on my floor, below mine. 10. For several seconds, there was nothing but the apartment's small noises. Fridge hum, radiator hiss, my own breathing through my nose. Then came the stairwell door. Metal latch. Soft click. From the far end of the 11th floor hallway. Biscuit started barking in 1102. Not his usual ridiculous yapping. This was lower, furious, afraid. My doorbell camera pinged. Motion detected. I looked down at my phone. The notification sat there, bright and simple, asking to be opened. Nina was still talking. "Mara, what was that?" Another sound came from the hall. Not a knock. Not yet. A slow drag against the carpet, like someone pulling the toe of one shoe along the floor. I held the phone so tight my fingers hurt. The choice in front of me was stupidly clear. Open the camera feed and see what was outside my door, or stay blind and wait for Mr. Bell to come up. Biscuit barked again. The drag stopped, right outside 1104. I tapped the notification. The camera feed loaded in 3 jerky blocks of gray and beige. First the carpet, then the opposite wall, then the lower half of a man standing close enough to my door that the lens bent his shoes into a warped black oval. He was wearing dark pants, black gloves, the hem of a gray wool coat. I stopped breathing through my mouth because I was afraid he would hear it through the door, which made no sense, not with 2 inches of wood and a hallway between us. But fear doesn't wait for logic to sign off. On my phone, Nina kept saying my name. "Mara, Mara, talk to me." "He's here," I whispered. The man didn't knock. That was somehow worse. A knock would have been a demand. This was listening. This was waiting for me to prove I was inside. Camera picked up the tiny hallway sounds too clearly. Biscuit's muffled barking from 1102. The electric buzz from the red exit sign at the far end. The elevator settling behind its doors with an old metallic sigh. The man shifted 1 foot. The carpet made that dry scraping sound again, the toe of his shoe dragging in a small half circle like he was nervous or bored. "Mara," Nina said, lower now. "Do not open the door." I wasn't planning to offer tea. "I'm serious. Bell's coming up." I'm calling him again. On the camera, the man leaned slightly forward. For half a second, his face entered the top of the frame, distorted by the lens. Pale forehead. Brown hair thinning at the crown, the edge of one eye. He looked down at the camera, not surprised, just aware. Then he stepped backward, out of frame. My doorbell camera showed an empty hallway. I stayed frozen with my phone in my hand. He moved. Where? I don't know. He backed up. "Can you see the elevator?" "No." "Just my door area." "Stairwell?" "No." "Chain and deadbolt?" "Yes." "Wedge?" "Yes." "Good. Stay there." I hated that good. It made me feel like a child in a closet during a fire drill. I had spent months training myself not to need someone else's permission to be afraid. And here I was, standing in my kitchen with one hand braced on the counter, waiting for a 26-year-old front desk clerk to tell me whether my fear counted. There was a firm knock from somewhere down the hall. Mrs. Ward's voice followed, sharp and thin through the walls. "Who are you?" My stomach dropped. "No," I said. "What?" Nina asked. "Mrs. Ward's opening her door." I ran to mine before thinking. The rubber wedge scraped under the door when I pulled it loose. My fingers slipped on the chain. Nina said, "Mara, don't." But I had already cracked the door as far as the chain would let me. The hallway smelled like old radiator heat and dog shampoo. Mrs. Ward stood in her doorway at 11:02, one hand gripping Biscuit's leash, the other holding a can of wasp spray like she was about to defend a campsite. Biscuit was half behind her ankle, barking so hard his little body jerked with each sound. The man in the gray coat stood between her door and the elevator, too close to her, not touching, not threatening in a way you could photograph, just occupying the exact wrong amount of space. "Can I help you?" Mrs. Ward demanded. He looked at her, then at me. His face did something almost like a smile, but it didn't arrive anywhere useful. "I'm looking for someone," he said. His voice was the same soft, ordinary voice from the elevator. That made it uglier, not better. He sounded like a man asking where the laundry room was. "Then look somewhere else," Mrs. Ward said. Biscuit lunged and skittered on the carpet. The man's gloved hand twitched. I saw it. Mrs. Ward saw it. He saw us see it. "Mara," Nina said through my phone, tinny and urgent. "Close your door." I had forgotten I was still holding the call. The man's eyes dropped to the phone. "Is that building staff?" he asked. No one answered him. The elevator dinged. All three of us turned toward it. The doors opened to Mr. Bell, breathing hard, one hand on the wall as if the ride itself had offended his knees. He had come without his desk jacket, sleeves rolled up, cordless lobby phone in one hand. "What's going on up here?" he said. The man in the gray coat took one calm step away from Mrs. Ward. "Nothing," he said. "I got off on the wrong floor." Mr. Bell looked at him, then at Mrs. Ward with the wasp spray, then at me peering through my chain door. "You got off on the wrong floor," Mr. Bell repeated. "Yes." "Funny," Mr. Bell said, "because Nina says you've been getting off on the wrong floor all week." The man's face tightened. Not much, just enough that the skin around his mouth stopped pretending to be relaxed. "I visit a friend here." "What apartment?" 1006. Mr. Bell didn't blink. "There is no 1006. A small quiet opened in the hallway. The Denton Arms skipped 1006 because the freight shaft took that corner of the building. Every floor had the same weird gap: 1004, service closet, 1008. I had only learned it after a delivery driver called me from the lobby furious at architecture. The man looked down the hall toward the stairwell. That was when my fear sharpened into something with edges. Mr. Bell saw the look too. "Sir, I need you to come downstairs with me. I can leave. You can come downstairs with me first." I said I can leave, not through that stairwell. The man's posture changed. It wasn't dramatic. His shoulders dropped, like a coat slipping from a hanger. His weight moved onto the balls of his feet. Mr. Bell was older, but not fragile. Still, I suddenly noticed the things that mattered. He was winded from coming up, one hand occupied with the phone, No radio, no weapon besides age and authority. Mrs. Ward had a leash wrapped around 2 fingers and a can of wasp spray. I was behind a chain lock with my heart trying to beat through my throat. "Anton," Mrs. Ward said carefully. The man moved, fast. He didn't rush Mr. Bell. He cut left, toward the stairwell at the far end. Mr. Bell grabbed for his sleeve and missed the coat, but caught the back of his collar. For 1 second, they were tangled together, shoes squeaking on the carpet, the cordless phone clattering against the wall. The man twisted hard. Mr. Bell's shoulder hit the framed navy pier print, knocking it crooked enough that the glass cracked with a bright little snap. Biscuit screamed. Not barked, screamed. Mrs. Ward sprayed. A pale mist shot across the hallway and hit the wall, the man's coat, maybe his cheek. He cursed, ducking and stumbling, one glove clamping over his eyes. Mr. Bell grabbed him again. The man shoved him. Mr. Bell fell backward into the elevator door frame with a heavy sound that made my knees go weak. His head didn't hit the metal, thank God, but his hip did. He slid down, jaw clenched, one hand clutching at his side. I opened my door. I don't remember deciding to. I just did. "Mara," Nina shouted from the phone. The man was already at the stairwell door, blinking hard, face wet from spray. He shoved it open and vanished through it. The door slammed. The hallway filled with the bitter chemical stink of wasp spray. Mrs. Ward coughed, Biscuit kept shrieking, and Mr. Bell sat on the floor making a sound through his teeth that was worse than yelling. I ran to him. "Don't move," I said, because Claire the nurse had once said that after a fall you shouldn't let people jump up just to prove they can. "Anton, don't move." "Hip," he grunted. "Damn it." Mrs. Ward stood shaking with the spray can still lifted. "I hit him." "You did. I meant to hit him more. You hit him enough." My phone was still in my hand, Nina's voice crackling through it. "I'm calling 911. Mara, is Bell hurt?" "Yes, he fell, hip or side." The man ran into the stairwell. "I've got cameras on the lobby and some stair doors, not inside the stairs. Stay away from him." That would have been excellent advice if the building had been designed by people who believed emergencies should be easy. The Denton Arms had 2 stairwells. The north stairwell, the one he'd taken, ran from the roof down to the rear alley exit. The alley door was supposed to alarm if opened after 9 p.m., but everyone knew the alarm had been awaiting parts for 3 months. The same stairwell also connected to the basement laundry room and maintenance corridor, where tenants stored bikes and Christmas decorations and old air conditioners under tarps. If he got down there, he could leave into the alley or hide or come back up another way. "Police are on the way," I asked. "Calling now," Nina said. "How long?" "I don't know. A few minutes. Maybe more. Cubs, traffic, rain, whatever. I don't know." That was honest and not comforting. Mr. Bell tried to sit forward. "Basement." "No," I said. "You are not chasing him. Not chasing. Shut the basement access. He gets down there, he can cut through storage. You're hurt." He grabbed my wrist, not hard, but with a seriousness that stopped me. "The laundry room," he said. "There's a side door from the maintenance hall to the alley. It sticks. If he knows it, he's gone." Mrs. Ward coughed again. "Let him be gone." Mr. Bell shook his head. "He's not just leaving." The way he said it made the hallway feel smaller. What does that mean? I asked. Mr. Bell's eyes moved to my apartment door, then back to me. Before he could answer, Nina spoke through the phone. Mara, the lobby camera caught him on Monday too. Okay, no, listen. He came in at 6:43. You came in at 6:51. He was already in the elevator when it opened for you, right? My mouth tasted like metal. Yes. He didn't come from upstairs. He waited in the elevator. Mrs. Ward stared at the phone like Nina had crawled out of it. For 8 minutes, I asked. At least. Mr. Bell closed his eyes. Jesus. Nina kept going, voice tight now, moving fast because time had become a thing with teeth. And on Tuesday, same thing. He entered behind a delivery guy, didn't scan, went to the elevator, doors closed, but the car didn't move for 6 minutes. He held it somehow. Then you came in. The hallway buzzed, radiator, exit sign, blood in my ears. He was waiting for me, I said. Nobody corrected me. That was the first concrete problem, though I didn't understand it yet. Not a creepy man. Not a bad feeling. A man without fob access had learned my schedule, used the elevator as cover, followed me to my floor by getting off one below, and now had run into the building's half-secured stairwell with police not yet there and multiple exits or hiding spots below. A building is supposed to protect you by being complicated. That night, the complication protected him. Do you have cameras in the basement? I asked. One by laundry, Nina said. One by bike storage, some blind spots. Can you see him? I'm pulling it up. Mr. Bell hissed as he tried to shift. Stop the elevator. What? Put it out of service. Key at the desk. I'm alone down here, Nina said. Then don't, I said. Stay where you are. I can lock the front doors remotely, Nina said. But not the alley door, not the basement. Mrs. Ward said, we should all go inside and lock our doors until police come. She was right, completely right. I wanted to do exactly that. I wanted to step back into 1104, slide the chain into place, wedge the door, sit on the kitchen floor with my baseball bat across my lap, and let uniformed people handle the ugly parts. That was what a normal person would do. That was what a healthy person would do. But the old flaw in me, the one Jeremy had polished until it shined, rose up with a different voice. You're overreacting. You're making trouble. You're imagining patterns. Only now the pattern had shoes and gloves and had shoved Mr. Bell into an elevator frame. I had ignored myself for too long in my old life. The consequence had not been one big bruise. It had been 100 small permissions handed to someone else. I wasn't handing this one away. Nina, I said, can you watch the basement camera and tell us if he appears? Mara, no. I'm not chasing him. I'm checking the stair door from 11 so he can't come back up behind us. Mrs. Ward made a disgusted sound. That is chasing with prettier words. Mr. Bell pointed weakly toward the stairwell. Door doesn't lock from this side. Fire code. He can come back up any floor. That landed badly. All those beige hallways stacked on top of us. All those doors. All those people who thought they were alone because their locks were turned. Nina swore under her breath. I've got him. My hand tightened on the phone. Where? Basement stairwell camera. He just passed the landing. He's rubbing his face. He's going down to laundry, maybe. Wait, no, he stopped. We all listened to her listening. He's looking at something, Nina said. I can't see, angle's bad. What's near him? Basement door. Electrical room. Maintenance cage. The lights flickered. Once. The hallway went dim and bright again so quickly it might have been nothing. Except Mrs. Ward gasped and Biscuit went silent. Then every light on the 11th floor died. The exit sign stayed red. The elevator panel went dark. Somewhere below us, a motor wound down with a fading groan. For 2 seconds, no one spoke. Then the emergency lights kicked on, weak yellow strips along the hallway ceiling, making everyone's face look sick. Nina's voice came through my phone, thinner now. Or just dropped in half the building. Was that him? I asked. I don't know, I lost some cameras. Mr. Bell pushed himself harder against the wall, pain flushing his face. Electrical room. A door opened down the hall. Luis Romero leaned out of 1108, hair wet from a shower, wearing a black t-shirt and restaurant pants. Luis Romero, 44, male, was built like someone who carried crates for a living, which he did, managing the kitchen at a Cuban restaurant near Southport. He was blunt, kind in emergencies, and usually too tired for anyone's drama. He looked from Mr. Bell on the floor to Mrs. Ward, with the wasp spray to me holding my phone like a weapon. What happened? Luis asked. Get back inside, Mrs. Ward snapped. The emergency lights flickered. From somewhere in the walls came a sharp electrical pop. Then another. A smell followed, faint but unmistakable, hot plastic. Luis's expression changed. That's not good. Nina said, fire alarm panel just threw a fault. What kind of fault? I asked. I don't know. It's flashing. I'm not trained for this. A procedural failure. That phrase came to me later, not then. Then it was just the horrible realization that the building's systems, the locks, cameras, elevator, alarms, lights, were not a net under us. They were old threads snapping one by one. Mr. Bell grabbed my sleeve. If he killed power to cameras, he knows the basement. Or he panicked and hit something, Luis said. Doesn't matter, I said. Biscuit began barking again, but not at the stairwell. At the elevator. A muffled sound came from behind the closed doors. A bang, then a voice. Hello, someone shouted from inside. Hey, is somebody out there, Claire? I knew her voice immediately. Luis stepped toward the elevator. Someone stuck. Another bang, palm on metal. Help, the elevator stopped. My stomach sank so fast I felt dizzy. Claire had come home from her shift. She was trapped somewhere in the shaft, in a dead elevator, while the man who had been stalking my floor was loose below us, near the electrical room. Nina heard it through the phone. Is that the elevator? Claire's inside, I said. Fire department is coming with police. Do not try to open the doors. Claire hit the door again. Please, I'm between floors. The lights are out in here. Her voice cracked on the last word. The man had turned the building into a problem with a clock. If the power stayed down, Claire was trapped. If there was an electrical fire, smoke could move through shafts and stairwells faster than people believed. If the man came back up, the 11th floor had elderly residents, a hurt doorman and me standing barefoot in a hallway, still trying to decide whether fear made me weak or awake. Luis looked at me. What do we do? I looked at Mr. Bell. He looked at the stairwell. Mrs. Ward looked at her apartment door, then at Biscuit, then at Claire's sealed elevator. From below, Through the stairwell door at the far end came a sound that didn't belong with the emergency lights, or the trapped elevator, or the smell of hot plastic. Footsteps coming up, slow at first, then faster. Nina's voice rose through the phone. "Mara, I lost the basement camera. I can't see him anymore." The stairwell handle moved. Once, stopped, then began to turn. The stairwell handle turned all the way down. Nobody moved. The red exit sign above it buzzed like an insect trapped inside plastic, staining the beige wall and the metal door with a weak, hospital-colored glow. My phone was hot against my palm. Nina was still talking, but her words had turned into broken pieces under my own pulse. "Mara, back away from the door. Mara, can you hear me?" Louis reached the elevator first, not the stairwell. That told me something about him, something useful and human. Claire was trapped behind metal. The threat was only maybe behind the stairwell door. People run toward the thing they can name. "Claire," he shouted, pounding the flat of his hand against the elevator doors. "Stay away from the doors, okay? Don't try to force them." "I'm not stupid," Claire shouted back, though her voice shook hard enough to bend the words. "Where am I? 11th floor?" "No, I'm between 10 and 11. I can see the 10 painted on the shaft wall through the gap. I think I dropped when the power cut." The handle stopped moving. A tiny click. Then the stairwell door opened 3 inches. Mrs. Ward lifted the wasp spray again with both hands. Mr. Bell tried to push himself up and failed with a sharp breath. I stepped backward, one sock sliding on the carpet. A face appeared in the gap. Not the man. A boy. No, young man. Thin, pale, wide-eyed, with wet hair stuck to his forehead, and a pizza delivery bag clutched to his chest like body armor. "Please don't spray me," he said. Mrs. Ward sprayed him anyway. Not a full blast, just a panic squeeze. The mist caught the door edge and his sleeve. He yelped and jumped backward into the stairwell. "Jesus, I'm DoorDash." For one absurd second, the whole hallway froze around that sentence. Louis cursed under his breath and jogged to the stairwell. Hold it. Don't run." The delivery guy coughed, blinking. He was Ethan Voss, 19, male, a college student from Oak Park doing delivery work between classes, soaked from the rain and trying very hard not to cry from the chemical burn on his wrist. He had been delivering pad thai to 904 when the elevator died, then used the stairs because he thought that was what you were supposed to do during a power outage. He had not seen the man in the gray coat. He had not seen anyone. Mrs. Ward lowered the can. "I am sorry. You sprayed me. I said I was sorry." That's not like a magic word. He had a point. The misdirection should have broken the panic. It did for maybe 5 seconds. We had a living, coughing reminder that not every shape behind a door was a monster. Then Claire banged again from the elevator. "Guys, I smell something burning." The relief died cleanly. Nina's voice snapped back into focus through my phone. "Fire department ETA is unknown. Dispatch says units are tied up south of Irving Park because of a crash. Police are en route. I'm telling them possible intruder, power failure, person trapped in elevator. Unknown ETA," I repeated. "I know." Louis looked from the elevator to the stairwell, jaw working. "We can't just stand here." "No one opens the elevator," Claire called out. "I mean it. If I'm between floors and you force the doors, you could make it worse. She was terrified and still giving safety instructions. That was Claire. Mr. Bell, sitting against the wall under the cracked navy pier print, pointed at me. My keys. What? Left pocket. Master ring. There's a fire service key for the elevator panel. Not to open doors. Just intercom reset. Maybe lights. You said don't mess with it. I said don't open it. Louis crouched beside him. I'll get them. Mr. Bell caught his wrist. Careful. Louis slid 2 fingers into Bell's left jacket pocket and pulled out a heavy key ring with at least 20 keys, brass and silver, labeled with plastic tags worn cloudy from use. What are we looking for? Louis asked. Small barrel key. Red tag. The first attempt was simple enough to sound like a plan. Keep everyone on 11. Use Bell's elevator key to activate the emergency panel. Talk Claire through staying calm. And wait for police and fire. Simple plans are attractive because they give fear a clipboard. Louis and I moved to the elevator. Mrs. Ward herded Ethan inside her apartment to rinse his wrist, muttering that she had aloe somewhere. Biscuit objected to this arrangement with muffled, furious barks through the door. Mr. Bell stayed on the floor, pale and sweating, refusing to let me call a second ambulance specifically for him, because 1 emergency is enough paperwork. The elevator doors were closed at 11, but Claire was somewhere below them. That meant we had to speak through the seam. Claire, I said, leaning close but not touching the doors. They smelled like warm metal. We're trying the fire service panel. Don't move around. I'm sitting, she said, sort of. The floor tilted when it stopped. Tilted how much? Enough that my coffee is in my shoe. That was a good sign, I told myself. If she could joke, she could breathe. Louis opened the small locked panel beside the elevator with the red tag key. Inside were switches, a phone jack, and an old emergency speaker grill filmed with dust. He looked at it, then at me. You know what any of this does? No, Nina, I said into my phone. Bell, Nina called. Mr. Bell grimaced. Top switch. Don't turn the bottom one. Why not? Louis asked. Because I don't know what it does. I love this building, Claire shouted from inside the shaft. 5 stars. Louis flipped the top switch. A harsh buzz shrieked from the panel. The hallway lights flickered once. The elevator doors jerked inward a fraction, not opening, just settling with a clunk that traveled down through the floor. Claire screamed. Louis jumped back. I didn't touch the doors. The emergency panel went dead. My phone crackled, then the call dropped. I stared at the screen. No service. Not just dropped. No bars. Nina, I said anyway. Nothing. The trap tightened by 1 notch. The front desk was now a distant room, unreachable except by stairs, in a building where the man had vanished through stairs. Claire's voice came thinner. What happened? We lost Nina, I said. Lost how? Phone. There was a beat. I'm okay, Claire said, but she didn't sound okay. The elevator moved a little. Don't do that again. Louis shut the panel slowly, as if sudden movement might insult it. Attempt 1 failed. I looked down the hallway toward the stairwell. From 11, the geography of the building felt too clear. Elevator and Mara's apartment near the middle. Mrs. Ward at 11:02 between me and the elevator. Louis at 11:08 beyond me. stairwell at the far north end. Down that stairwell were 10, 9, 8, the lobby, the basement, the alley door, the electrical room. Somewhere in that stack was the man. Or not. Maybe he had left. Maybe the footsteps had only been Ethan. Maybe we were holding ourselves hostage with imagination. Mr. Bell said, "He may still be inside." Lewis rubbed both hands over his face. "Then we need to get people inside apartments, barricade, and wait." "Claire can't barricade," I said. "No, but we can stop wandering around like bait." He wasn't wrong. That made me angry, which was unfair, and therefore easier than being scared. Mrs. Ward opened her door, Biscuit tucked under one arm, Ethan behind her, with a wet towel around his wrist. "The boy's fine." "I'm partially poisoned," Ethan said. "You're fine. Phones are down," I said. "Can you call from your landline?" Mrs. Ward blinked. "My what? You don't have one." "I am old, not antique," Mr. Bell spoke carefully. "Lobby desk has hardline." Lewis looked at the stairwell. "No, it's the only reliable phone," Bell said. "If Nina's still there, fine. If not, someone needs to tell dispatch the elevator S between floors and the panel faulted. Nina was there 2 minutes ago. And now we don't know." That became the second attempt. Lewis and I would go down one floor only to 10, check whether the stairwell was clear, and try to get cell signal near the south-facing window by the trash chute. Mr. Bell said the 10th floor hallway got better reception because it faced the alley and had fewer old pipes in the walls. It sounded like nonsense, but so had everything else, and nonsense with directions felt better than waiting. Mrs. Ward objected immediately. "Absolutely not." Lewis said, "I'll go alone." "No," I said too fast. He looked at me. I hated that I had said it. I hated more that I meant it. Alone was how the man had made all of this work. Alone in the elevator. Alone in the stairwell. Alone behind a door, deciding whether your instincts were allowed to matter. Lewis must have seen something in my face because he didn't argue. He only said, "Shoes." I looked down and realized I was still in socks. That tiny fact nearly undid me. My legs started shaking all at once, not dramatically, just a deep tremor that made the carpet seem unstable under me. I had run out into the hallway without shoes, without the bat, without the wedge, without anything except my phone, and the stupid need to prove I wasn't imagining this. "I'll get them," I said. I went back into 1104. The apartment looked impossibly normal. Desk lamp on. Half-drunk tea on the counter. A sweater over the chair. The baseball bat leaned beside the umbrella stand, exactly where I had placed it weeks ago, while telling myself I was being practical. I put on sneakers with my hands shaking so badly I tied one lace wrong twice. I grabbed the bat. Then I looked at the rubber wedge lying by the door. I took that too. When I came out, Lewis had armed himself with a cast iron skillet from his apartment. Mrs. Ward gave him a look. "What?" he said. "It's a good pan." "It is not a plan." "No, but it's heavy." Ethan volunteered to go with us and was unanimously rejected. Mrs. Ward locked him inside 1102 with Biscuit, which he accepted only because his eyes were watering again. We left Mr. Bell propped near the elevator, close enough to talk to Claire through the doors. Mrs. Ward stayed with him, one hand on her door, ready to retreat. I wedged my rubber stopper under the stairwell door after Lewis opened it. Not to lock it, fire code, Belle had said. And also, I wasn't stupid, but to stop it from closing silently behind us. The stairwell smelled of damp concrete, old smoke, and something electrical underneath. The emergency lights were weaker there, little yellow boxes every landing. The steps went down in square turns, 11 to 10, 10 to 9, and so on. A narrow shaft with painted cinder block walls and a metal handrail cold enough to sting. Lewis went first. I followed one step behind, bat held low. "Don't swing unless you know it's him," Lewis whispered. "I know. You nearly hit my ankle." I said, "I know." At the 10th floor landing, we stopped. The door to 10 was ajar. That was wrong. Fire doors were supposed to close. This one sat open 2 inches, held by something near the floor. Lewis crouched and lifted it. A black knit glove, one of his. The man's. The fingers were wet from wasp spray, and the palm had a smear of something dark on it, not blood, I realized after a 6-second, but grease or elevator dust. Lewis looked at me. The revealed fact did not help. It made the building feel handled, marked, like he had been shedding pieces of himself on purpose. "Maybe dropped when he ran," Lewis whispered. He put the glove on the floor outside the 10th floor door, careful not to pocket it. Evidence. Police liked evidence in theory. In practice, it meant there had to be a future where police took possession of it. We pushed into 10. The 10th floor hallway mirrored mine, but felt lower somehow, the ceiling pressing close under emergency lights. The apartments ran 1001 to 1004. On the left, service closet, where 1006 should have been, then 1008 onward. The trash chute was at the far end near the south window, past a narrow alcove with a vending machine that had been unplugged since before I moved in. No one was in the hall. Lewis kept his skillet at his side. Window. We moved quickly, trying not to run. Every step seemed too loud. At 1004, something scratched behind a door, and I nearly swung the bat before a cat meowed in disgust. Misdirection number 2, smaller and meaner. My nerves were turning pets into attackers. At the trash chute window, I lifted my phone. 1 bar, then 2. A text from Nina appeared all at once, time-stamped 3 minutes earlier. "Do not use north stairwell. Camera caught HIM going back up. I think he has Bella's other key ring." My hand went numb around the phone. "What?" Lewis whispered. Before I could answer, another message arrived. "MARA, call 911 directly if you get this. He is not alone on camera Monday." There was a second man in lobby. Blue CAP. The hallway seemed to tilt. Not alone, the elevator had not been a man's strange ritual. It had been a method. I hit call. The line connected to emergency services, then broke into static, then reconnected. A dispatcher's voice came through, calm and distant, asking for the address. I gave it fast. Denton Arms, North Kenmore, 11th floor, intruder, power failure, person trapped in elevator, possible second suspect, injured doorman. The dispatcher asked if I was in a safe location. I looked at Lewis. At the 10th floor hallway, at the stairwell door behind us. "No," I said. That was when the service closet door opened. Not all the way, just enough for a face in a blue Cubs cap to look out. He was younger than the gray coat man, maybe 30, male, with a patchy beard and red-rimmed eyes. For 1 second, we all stared at one another with stupid mutual surprise. Then he stepped out, holding a screwdriver. Louis shoved me backwards so hard I hit the wall. The phone flew from my hand and skidded across the carpet, the dispatcher still talking from somewhere near the baseboard. The man in the blue cap ran not at us, but toward the stairwell. Louis swung the skillet. It caught the man's forearm with a flat, ugly sound. The screwdriver dropped. The man shouted and barreled into Louis' shoulder first. They hit the opposite wall. I raised the bat. Couldn't swing. Louis and the man were tangled too close, grunting, shoes slipping. The blue cap man jammed an elbow into Louis's ribs and broke free, then kicked my phone down the hall as he passed. It hit the baseboard near 1002. He reached the stairwell door. The same door we had wedged open from the other side. He yanked it. The wedge jammed. For one bright, ridiculous second, my little rubber doorstop saved us. Then he kicked it loose. The door slammed behind him. Louis slid down the wall, clutching his side. "I'm okay. You're not. I'm okay enough." I grabbed my phone. The call had dropped. The screen was cracked across Nina's messages. From above us came shouting. Mrs. Ward, then Mr. Bell, then Claire, muffled and panicked from the elevator shaft. Louis and I looked at each other. The point of no return didn't arrive with music or screaming. It arrived as a simple understanding of geography. We were on 10. Mrs. Ward, Mr. Bell, and Claire were on or between 11. The gray coat man had gone back up. The blue cap man had just gone into the same stairwell. And our wedge, the one thing holding that door open, the marker that made our path back simple, had been kicked loose. From inside the stairwell above us, a door slammed. 11. Then came Mrs. Ward's voice, raw with terror. "Mara." Louis forced himself upright with the skillet in one hand. I picked up the bat. The emergency lights flickered again, and this time they did not steady. They pulsed yellow, dimmer and dimmer, like the building was taking shallow breaths. We ran for the stairwell anyway. We hit the stairwell door at the same time. Louis got there first, shoulder lowered, skillet in his right hand. I was half a step behind with the baseball bat gripped so tightly my palms felt skinned. The 10th floor hallway pulsed yellow behind us. Emergency light. Dim, dimmer, bright again. The stairwell on the other side was worse. It was mostly dark now, the little battery packs along the concrete landings fading one by one. The air tasted burnt. Not smoke exactly. Hot wires, dust cooked on metal. Something old and wrong waking up behind the walls. Above us, Mrs. Ward screamed my name again. Then came a bang. Not the elevator, a door. Louis started up the stairs. "Wait," I hissed. He didn't. So I followed. 10 to 11 was only one flight, but old buildings make distance feel moral. Each step asked whether you were brave or stupid, and the answer kept changing depending on whether your foot slipped. Louis took the stairs 2 at a time until pain caught him. He folded slightly, hand clamping over the ribs the blue cap man had hit. "Louis, I'm fine. You keep saying that. I keep needing it to be true." We reached the landing below 11. The stairwell door was open, not wide, 6 inches. A slice of hallway showed through it. Beige carpet, red exit glow, Mrs. Ward's open door at 11:02, and the cracked navy pier print hanging at a slant near the elevator. A man's voice said, "Open the apartment." Gray coat. He sounded winded now, angry under the softness. Mrs. Ward answered from somewhere out of sight. "I don't know whose apartment you mean. You know, I know you need a dentist if you keep grinding your teeth like that." I almost laughed. It came up sharp and useless in my throat. Lewis leaned close to the gap. The gray coat man stood near my door, one shoulder turned away from us. One black glove was missing. His bare right hand was red and wet, looking from the wasp spray, and his face had angry patches along one cheek. In his left hand, he held a key ring. Mr. Bell's second key ring, maybe, or a copy. Too many keys glinted in the red emergency light. Mrs. Ward stood outside 11:02, biscuit in her arms now, the door behind her half open. She had no spray can. Her hair had come loose, silver strands stuck to her damp forehead. Mr. Bell was still on the floor by the elevator, trying to drag himself upright using the wall rail. The gray coat man glanced toward him. "Stay down. Go to hell," Bell said. The man lifted the key ring toward my door. My apartment, my lock. That was the small, awful payoff. Not the elevator. Not the 10th floor, my door. He had been getting off one floor below mine because he didn't want the camera near my apartment to record him arriving with me. He could take the stairwell up, listen, wait, learn. The elevator was theater, courtesy with buttons. A way to make me dismiss him as almost neighbor, harmless almost person. The kind of man women are trained to make excuses for until the evidence has hands. Lewis saw it when I did. He shifted his grip on the skillet. The metal handle made the tiniest sound against his ring. The gray coat man turned. Everything snapped at once. Lewis shoved the door open with his shoulder. The man jerked back from my apartment. I swung the bat before I had room and hit the stairwell doorframe so hard the vibration shot up both arms into my teeth. The gray coat man ran at us, not away. At us. Lewis raised the skillet. The man slammed into him, and they hit the wall beside the stairwell door. The skillet dropped. It clanged once on the carpet. Lewis grunted, folding around his injured ribs. I tried to swing again, shorter this time, but the hallway was crowded with bodies and doorways and fear. The bat clipped the man's shoulder, not hard enough. He grabbed it. For 1 second, we held opposite ends, both of us breathing through our teeth. His bare hand slipped on the wood. His eyes were red, rimmed from spray, wet and furious. "Let go," he said. "No," he yanked. I went forward with the bat instead of releasing it, an ugly instinct, and drove my knee into his thigh. It wasn't clean. It wasn't graceful. My kneecap hit muscle and bone and almost buckled. He cursed and shoved me. My back hit the wall near 11:03. The air left me. The bat fell. Mrs. Ward moved. She didn't attack him. She opened her apartment door wider and let Biscuit go. Biscuit launched at the gray coat man like 9 pounds of ancient neighborhood vengeance. He didn't reach the man's throat or anything dramatic. He bit the cuff of his pants and shook his head, growling, which was ridiculous and brave and enough. The man kicked. Not a full kick. a panicked snap of his leg. Biscuit yelped and skidded across the carpet. Mrs. Ward made a sound I never want to hear from another human being. She rushed him. "Don't touch my dog." He pushed her away with his forearm. She fell backward into her door frame, shoulder cracking against the wood. Not broken maybe, but bad. Her face folded inward around the pane. That did something to Louis. He picked up the skillet from the carpet and hit the gray coat man across the side of the knee. The sound was flat and wet. The man dropped, not all the way. One leg gave, and he caught himself on the wall, snarling. The key ring flew from his hand and slid under the little table where people left menus and unwanted mail. Mr. Bell saw it. "Mara," he rasped. "Keys." The man saw it too. We both moved. I got there first because desperation is faster than strength. I threw myself onto the carpet and reached under the table. My fingers closed around metal just as his hand closed around my ankle. He pulled. My chin hit the carpet. Pain burst up through my jaw. I tasted blood. I kicked backward with my free foot and hit his injured knee. He let go with a grunt. I rolled, clutching the keys to my chest. Then the elevator banged behind us. "Claire." "Smoke," she shouted, muffled. "I smell smoke in here now." The hallway froze around that word. Smoke changes the math. Smoke makes every private terror public. You stop asking who's stalking whom and start asking how fast old carpet burns, how fast a shaft fills, how long a person trapped in a metal box can keep breathing. From down the stairwell came footsteps. Fast, the blue cap man. Louis turned toward the open stair door, skillet raised. "Close it," Bell shouted. I crawled toward the stairwell door, keys biting into my palm. The gray coat man lunged after me from the floor, dragging his bad leg. His hand caught my sleeve and tore it at the elbow. I slammed the key ring into his face because it was the thing in my hand. Metal hit cheekbone. He recoiled. Louis kicked the stairwell door. It slammed just as the blue cap man hit it from the other side. The impact shook the frame. He shouted something we couldn't make out. Louis grabbed the rubber wedge from where it had been kicked loose earlier. It lay near the threshold, bright red against beige carpet. "Wedge it," I yelled. "Fire code," Mr. Bell said weakly. "Sorry," Louis said, and jammed the wedge under the stairwell door. The blue cap man hit it again. The door jumped but held. For now. A lull opened, small, shaking. The gray coat man lay on his side near the table, one hand pressed to his face, the other reaching slowly toward his coat pocket. "Hands," Louis snapped. "Show me your hands." He didn't. I saw the movement before I understood it. Pocket, coat, glove. I grabbed the bat from where it had rolled against the wall and stepped on his wrist with all my weight. He screamed. A small black object slid out of his coat pocket. Not a gun, a garage remote. No, a key fob. A cloned access fob, plastic casing cracked, attached to a strip of duct tape with numbers written in marker. My apartment number. My body went very quiet inside. Louis saw it too. "What the hell is that?" The man laughed once through blood. "You people leave everything where anyone can see it." The blue cap man hammered the stairwell door again. Claire coughed inside the elevator. "Mara," she called, weaker now. "I need out. You said not to open it." "I know what I said. I also know smoke is coming through the vent." dragged himself to the elevator panel again, his face gray. The elevator, S between 10 and 11. If she can see 10 through the gap, car floor is near 10 ceiling. We open from 10, not 11. You can't move, I said. I can talk. Police are coming, Mrs. Ward said, holding Biscuit against her chest. Biscuit whimpered but breathed. Firefighters are coming. Not fast enough, Claire said. Another electrical pop came from below. The hallway lights died completely. For 1 second, the only light was red exit glow and phone screens. Then something in the elevator shaft began to beep. Claire started coughing harder. The immediate conflict split in two. Keep the men contained, get Claire air. We didn't have enough people. We didn't have enough time. That was when Nina came back, not in person, but through the cracked phone on the carpet. I must have redialed without knowing. Maybe the call reconnected. Her voice rose from the floor, thin and frantic. Mara, I can hear you. Police are outside, but the front door maglock is dead and jammed. I'm opening manually. Fire is 2 minutes behind. Where is he? 11, I said, snatching up the phone. Gray coat down in the hall. Blue cap behind the north stairwell door. Claire's trapped and there's smoke in the shaft. South stairwell, Nina said. Use the south stairwell to 10. Firefighters can access from the lobby, but you need to get away from the north side. Do you hear me? South stairwell. The south stairwell was at the opposite end of the 11th floor hall, past Lewis's apartment, past the trash room and window. It didn't connect to the same alley door. It was farther from the electrical room. Safer. Except Claire was in the elevator shaft between 10 and 11, and Belle had just said the access had to be from 10. Lewis looked at me. His face was damp with sweat. He had one arm folded against his ribs. The other still held the skillet. I'll hold the door. No, I can hold a door better than I can run stairs. The blue cap man hit the north stairwell door again. Wedge squealed forward 1/2 inch. Mrs. Ward slid down to sit with Biscuit in her lap, her injured shoulder hanging wrong. Mr. Bell was barely upright. Claire coughed behind metal. The gray coat man groaned under my foot, still trying to pull free. There was no clean version. Lewis, I said, I know. That was all. He planted himself in front of the north stairwell door with the skillet in both hands. Go. I took the key ring from the floor. Belle pointed to one key with a trembling finger. Elevator access. Red tag. Use at 10. Just crack outer doors, not inner gate unless you see the car floor. Do not step in. I don't know how to do this. You'll learn badly or she'll choke. That was honest too. I ran. Past my own apartment, door still open from when I had rushed out. Past Lewis's 1108. Past the trash room. The hall seemed longer than it had ever been. Behind me, the north stairwell door boomed. Lewis shouted. The gray coat man cursed. Mrs. Ward called out something to Belle. I reached the south stairwell door and shoved it open. Dark stairs, damp air, no footsteps, down one flight. My legs felt detached. My jaw throbbed from hitting the carpet. My knee ached where I had driven it into the man's thigh. I kept tasting blood and oat milk, though the oat milk had been days ago, and memory had no business being there. At 10, I pushed into the hallway. The blue cap man was not there. The service closet stood open. The black glove still lay near the north stair door. My cracked phone had no signal again, but I could hear Claire faintly through the elevator doors. "Mara, I'm here. Don't fall. Great advice." I found the small access panel beside the 10th floor elevator. My hands shook so badly the red tag key missed the slot twice. The third time it turned, the outer doors released with a heavy click. I pulled. They opened 3 inches, then 6. A vertical black gap breathed warm air into my face. Claire was below the 11th floor threshold, but above 10. The car stopped with its floor about 4 feet above the 10th floor landing. I could see the bottom edge of the elevator cab, the scuffed metal underside, and then Claire's face through the gap between the car doors, pale in the emergency light from her phone. She was crouched on a tilted floor, one hand over her mouth. "There you are," she said. Her attempt at calm was ruined by coughing. "Can you climb down?" She looked at the drop. 4 feet to the 10th floor hallway. Not terrible. Terrible if the car moved. Terrible if panic made her slip. Terrible because everything was terrible. "I can," she said, "but you have to get the inner doors." "I don't know, Mara. Look at me." I did. Claire's eyes were red from smoke. Her voice steadied because mine had not. "There's a release latch inside the car doors. I can push them. You pull from the middle seam. Do not put your body under the car. Do not stand in the shaft. Once I'm through, I sit on the edge and slide. You guide my legs." "Okay, okay, say it back." "You push, I pull, you sit and slide. I guide your legs, I don't stand in the shaft." "Good," a bang echoed from above. Lewis shouted. Something heavy hit the 11th floor hallway. I pulled the inner doors, they fought me. Metal on metal. My fingers slipped. I pulled again, harder, using both hands, teeth clenched. Claire pushed from inside. The gap widened enough for her shoulder. Smoke thinned around her like gray breath. "Now," I said. Claire squeezed through. One leg first, then her hips. Her scrub pants snagged on a rough edge of the door track, and for one horrible second she was stuck halfway out, suspended above the drop, one hand gripping the door seam. "I'm stuck." "No, you're not. I'm stuck." I grabbed the fabric and tore it loose. She slid. Too fast. I caught her lower leg, lost balance, and slammed backward onto the 10th floor carpet with Claire half on top of me. Elbow hit my stomach. My head missed the wall by inches. We lay there coughing and gasping. Alive. Then the elevator shifted, just an inch. A groan moved through the shaft. Claire rolled off me fast, dragging me with her. Back now. The elevator car dropped another inch, then stopped with a metallic shriek that made us both cover our ears. We crawled away from the doors. Claire's shoe was gone. One knee was bleeding through torn scrub pants. My hands were striped with black grease from the elevator seam. Above us, Lewis yelled my name. Claire pushed herself upright. "Go. You can't run. I can limp. Go." We took the south stairwell up because the north was no longer ours. At 11, the hallway had changed. The blue-capped man was inside. The wedge had failed. Lewis was on the floor near the north stairwell door, curled around his ribs, skillet just out of reach. The blue-capped man stood over him, breathing hard, one hand limp from where Lewis had hit it earlier, the other holding the screwdriver again. The gray coat man had reached my apartment door. He had my key in the lock. Mr. Bell was trying to crawl toward him. Mrs. Ward sat against her door with Biscuit pressed to her chest, crying silently now, which was worse than screaming. Claire moved first. She didn't run at the screwdriver. She grabbed the cracked navy pier print from the wall. The frame came loose with a squeal of bent metal. "Hey," she shouted. The blue-cap man turned. Claire threw the framed print at his face. It hit edge first. Glass cracked fully, showering small pieces onto the carpet. He staggered, hand going up. Lewis swept his leg out from the floor. The blue-cap man went down hard. The screwdriver skidded toward me. I kicked it under the radiator. Then the gray coat man opened my door. Not all the way. The chain caught. That stupid, beautiful chain caught. He snarled and put his shoulder into it. Once, twice, the screws strained. Inside my apartment, the baseball bat's shadow lay across the entry light, though the bat was in my hand. My home looked split open, private things visible from the hall, shoes, mail, the mug on the counter, the place I was supposed to be safe. He hit the door again. The chain plate tore halfway from the frame. I crossed the hallway. He saw me coming and turned, key still in my lock. I didn't swing for his head. I swung for his hand. The bat connected with his fingers against the door. He made a choked sound and dropped the key ring. Mr. Bell grabbed it from the floor and rolled onto his side, curling around the keys like a football. The gray coat man lunged at me with his good hand. Claire hit him from behind with the remains of the navy pier frame. Not hard enough to stop him, enough to turn him. I stepped backward into my apartment doorway, grabbed the rubber wedge from where I had dropped it earlier inside the threshold, and jammed it under my own door from the outside angle, pinning the door partly closed with him between the wall and the frame. It trapped his injured leg. Not fully, not forever, but enough. He screamed and shoved at the door. The broken chain held in a crooked, half-torn way. The wedge held beneath it. The door became a clamp. Lewis, still on the floor, grabbed the screwdriver from under the radiator with 2 fingers and flung it down the hall toward the south stairwell. The blue-cap man tried to crawl after it. Claire stepped on his sleeve. "Don't," she said, and there was no nurse in her voice then, just smoke and rage. From below, finally, came heavy boots. Voices, real ones. Chicago police, call out. Fire department. Anyone on 11? Nina's voice followed, shouting up from the stairwell, 11th floor. Elevator rescue, 2 suspects. The gray coat man heard it too. He stopped fighting for 1 second. In that second, his face changed. The anger drained, leaving something flatter and more frightening. Calculation, not remorse, not panic. A man adjusting to a smaller set of options. He looked at me. "You should have stayed scared," he said. I had no clever answer, so I said the true thing. I was. Then Mr. Bell, from the floor, swung the heavy key ring into the man's injured knee. The gray coat man folded with a noise that was almost a sob. Police reached the hallway in pieces. 2 officers from the south stairwell first, guns drawn. But lo, once, they saw the tangle of tenants and bodies. Then firefighters behind them with air tanks and tools, shouting for everyone to move away from the elevator and the north stairwell. No sudden saviors. Not really. They arrived after the worst choices had already been made, after Claire had crawled out through smoke, after Lewis had broken something in his side, after Mrs. Ward's shoulder hung wrong, after my apartment door frame had split and my jaw had started swelling. But they arrived. The blue-cap man tried to say he was a tenant. Nina, breathless behind a firefighter, pointed at him and said, "No, he is." The gray coat man tried to reach inside his coat again. An officer put a knee between his shoulder blades and cuffed him before his fingers found anything. What came out of the pocket was not a weapon. It was worse in a quieter way, a small notebook folded soft from use, with apartment numbers written in columns. 1104 had 3 check marks beside it. My work hours were written underneath. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, elevator, wait inside. Exit 10, stairs up, listen. I saw only that much before the officer closed it. That was enough. The firefighters pulled us down the south stairwell because the north had smoke moving through it now. Claire leaned on me, though she was stronger than I was. Louis refused a stretcher until he tried to laugh and nearly collapsed. Mrs. Ward carried biscuit even after a firefighter offered, her mouth pressed into a line so tight it looked sewn shut. Mr. Bell went last, strapped and furious, still trying to tell the police which basement doors stuck and which cameras had blind spots. On the 10th floor landing, I looked back once. The elevator doors stood open, black shaft beyond them. My apartment door hung crooked upstairs, out of sight, but present in my mind like a wound. The north stairwell smelled of burnt plastic and wet concrete. Somewhere below, radios crackled, boots thudded, orders bounced off old walls. The conflict was over in the way a storm is over when the roof stops tearing off. The men were caught. Claire was out. No one had died. But as we reached the lobby, and the cold rain smell rushed in through the open front doors, I realized my hands still would not let go of the bat. Not until a firefighter touched my wrist gently and said, "Ma'am." Even then, it took me a moment to understand he meant me. By the time they got us into the lobby, the rain had turned the glass doors into a trembling gray sheet. The Denton Arms looked different, full of uniforms. Smaller, somehow. The black and white tile was cluttered with wet boot prints, medical bags, a dropped latex glove, and one of Biscuit's little paw prints stamped in a pinkish smear near the mailboxes. The chandelier buzzed overhead with only 3 bulbs working, and every few seconds, a firefighter's radio cracked open and spilled out voices from other emergencies in other parts of the city, as if reminding us we were not special. Not even close. We were just the disaster currently taking up the lobby. Claire sat on the bottom stair with an oxygen mask pressed to her face, one bare foot tucked under the other leg because she'd lost her shoe in the elevator. Her scrub pants were torn at the knee, and the cut beneath had been cleaned enough to look angry instead of bloody. She kept trying to answer the paramedic's questions before he finished asking them. Any asthma? No. Chest pain? No. Dizziness? A little, but that's because I climbed out of an elevator like an idiot. The paramedic looked at her. Claire lifted the mask slightly. Sorry, like a trained idiot. Louis was worse than he wanted to admit. He stood for maybe 10 seconds after we reached the lobby, then went the color of old paper and sat down hard on the radiator cover. A second paramedic peeled up his shirt and found bruising already spreading along his ribs, purple at the center, yellow-gray at the edges. Nothing stabbed through him, nothing dramatic, just enough pain to punish every breath. "I'm fine," Louis said. Claire pointed at him without taking off her oxygen mask. "He is not." Louis glared at her. "You were in an elevator chimney." "Still right." Mrs. Ward refused to let anyone examine her until Biscuit had been checked first. That surprised nobody. Biscuit lay wrapped in a towel from Nina's desk drawer, trembling but alert, one black eye visible over the fold. A firefighter named O'Malley touched his ribs gently, while Mrs. Ward watched with the terrifying focus of a woman who had already used wasp spray on a stranger and would do worse for her dog. "He needs a vet," O'Malley said, "but he's breathing okay. Might be bruised." Mrs. Ward nodded once. Her shoulder was swelling under her cardigan, and her left hand shook every time she tried to pet him. "Now you," Claire said through the mask. Mrs. Ward pretended not to hear. Mr. Bell was loaded onto a stretcher with an expression that made the entire procedure look like an insult. He had not broken his hip, which he announced 3 separate times before anyone confirmed it. He had, however, fractured 2 ribs and torn something in his shoulder when he hit the elevator frame. "Minor," he said. The EMT tightened the strap across him. "Sir, you screamed when I touched your side." I objected, loudly. Nina stood behind the front desk. Wrapped in a foil emergency blanket she kept pushing off because she had work to do. Her black hair had fallen out of its bun, and her face looked younger without the sharpness she usually wore like eyeliner. She was answering police questions, building management questions, tenant questions, and one call from a woman on the 4th floor who wanted to know whether she should still expect her grocery delivery. "No, Mrs. Heller," Nina said into the phone, voice flat. "I would not recommend asking the delivery driver to enter the active emergency scene." Then she hung up and started crying. Only for 5 seconds. She turned away, pressed both hands over her mouth, and shook once, twice. Then she wiped her face on the blanket and went back to talking to an officer. That was how the aftermath went. No movie version. No clean collapse into someone's arms. Just people breaking in short, private intervals, then snapping back because forms needed names and injuries, needed pressure, and dogs needed veterinarians. I sat on the lobby floor near the mailboxes with a bag of ice against my jaw. The officer interviewing me was Officer Daniel Reeves, 41, male, a Chicago police officer with tired eyes, wet sleeves, and the careful patience of someone who had learned that frightened people don't tell stories in order. Beside him stood Detective Hannah Klein, 38, female, who arrived later in a dark raincoat, her hair pinned back badly from sleep or haste. She didn't interrupt much. She wrote things down and watched faces. Officer Reeves asked me to start at the beginning. I tried. The beginning kept moving. Was it when the man first got into the elevator? When he offered me the napkin? When Mrs. Ward saw him listening at the stairwell? When Jeremy taught me to mistrust my own discomfort so thoroughly that even a man waiting in an elevator for 8 minutes felt like something I needed permission to name? I didn't say that last part. Not then. I told them about the gray coat, The 10th floor, the fake apartment number, the power failure, Claire, the blue cap man, the cloned fob, the notebook. When I said notebook, Detective Klein looked up. You saw inside it only one page. What did you see? My apartment number, my work hours, notes about the elevator. She wrote that down without changing expression. Did either suspect know you personally? No. Former partner, co-worker, maintenance, delivery. No, I don't think so. You don't think so? The ice bag crackled in my hand. I don't know everyone who knows me. She nodded once, not unkindly. That sentence stayed with me. I don't know everyone who knows me. The gray coat man's name was Martin Vale, 46, male, though I didn't learn it until almost dawn, after the ambulance had taken Belle and Lewis, after Claire finally agreed to be transported for smoke inhalation, after Mrs. Ward left in a taxi with biscuit wrapped against her chest, and a recommendation for a 24-hour emergency vet near North Center. The blue cap man was Owen Lask, 31, male. Both had prior arrests, nothing that looked big enough on paper to explain what had happened. Trespassing, burglary tools, possession of stolen property, a suspended sentence, a missed court date. The police found more in the basement, not weapons, not bodies, nothing that would make headlines sound interesting. Tools, a pry bar, 2 screwdrivers, a key programmer bought online, a folded map of the Denton Arms fire exits copied from the evacuation plan by the mailroom, a small camera pointed at the elevator doors from behind the dead vending machine on 10, tucked into the unplugged coin return slot. It had been aimed not at my door, not directly, but at the hallway path between the elevator and the stairwell. Detective Klein showed me a still from it on her phone around 3:00 a.m. There I was, 2 nights earlier, stepping out of the elevator on 11 after he got off at 10. Not my face, just the top of my head and my tote bag as the stairwell door cracked open below the frame. Watching distance. That was what she called it. They were learning routines, she said. She hesitated. Most likely. I looked toward the lobby doors. Dawn had not arrived yet, but the rain had thinned enough that streetlights reflected in separate beads on the glass. Why me? We don't know. Guess. Detective Klein sighed through her nose. Apartments where people live alone are common targets. You have predictable hours. Your door is close to the elevator, but not directly in camera view. Your floor's north stairwell camera has been down for weeks. You were probably selected because the opportunity looked manageable. Manageable. That was the word that finally made me cry. Not victim, not target, manageable. I bent forward with the ice bag against my face and cried without sound because my jaw hurt too much to open. Detective Klein did not touch my shoulder. I appreciated that. She just stood beside me and let the lobby make its little noises around us. Radio static, elevator technicians upstairs, Nina arguing quietly with a property manager, rainwater dripping from a firefighter's coat onto the tile. By morning, the building smelled like wet wool, smoke, and bleach. The power came back in sections. Lobby first, hall lights next, elevator last, though no one was allowed near it until inspectors checked the shaft. The fire department said the smoke had come from an electrical short in the basement panel after Vale or Lask forced open a service cabinet and damaged conduit while trying to kill cameras. They hadn't meant to start a fire, apparently. That did not make it better. It made it more stupid. Stupid things kill people all the time. The property manager, Elaine Porter, 53, female, arrived at 6:20 a.m. in a camel coat and rain boots, carrying a leather folder and the strained smile of someone preparing to use the word unfortunate. Nina saw her and went very still. Elaine started with, "We're going to fully cooperate." Nina said, "The north stairwell alarm has been broken for 3 months." Elaine's mouth tightened. "This is not the time." "It was exactly the time yesterday," Nina said, "and last week, and in September." Mr. Bell was not there to back her up, but he had already told police the same thing from his stretcher, loudly enough that half the lobby heard. The alley alarm, the blind camera, the delayed repairs, the elevator holding if someone jammed the close sensor just right. The building's little failures had not caused Martin Vale to stalk me, but they had made the Denton Arms easier to use. By 8:00 a.m., I was allowed upstairs with an officer to get clothes and my laptop. I thought I was prepared. I was. The 11th floor hallway in daylight looked embarrassed by itself. The carpet was stained with soot tracks and brown chemical patches from the wasp spray. The navy pier print was gone, leaving a pale rectangle on the wall and 2 bent hooks. My apartment door hung crooked on its hinges. The chain plate had torn out a chunk of wood. One key from Mr. Bell's ring lay under the radiator, missed by everyone. Inside, nothing had been taken. That almost made it worse. My mug still sat by the sink. My sweater still hung on the chair. The bat was gone because it had been logged as evidence. My doorbell camera stared out over the damaged threshold, its little blue light blinking patiently. The officer stood in the hall while I packed. I moved through the apartment with a backpack and no ability to decide what mattered. Laptop, charger, medication, clean underwear. The envelope addressed to the old tenant was still on the counter, and for some reason I picked it up too. It was only later, in the hotel room Nina helped me book, that I noticed the envelope had no return address. The name was Alina Marsh, apartment 1104. I asked Nina about it over the phone that afternoon, after I had slept 2 hours and woken up shaking. "Alina Marsh," she said. "She lived there before you. Moved out last year, I think. Do you know why? I can't give out tenant details." "Nina," she went quiet. Then she said, "I don't know officially." That was Nina's way of saying yes and no at the same time. The legal part moved slowly after that, as legal things do when they are not happening on television. Martin Vale and Owen Lask were charged with burglary-related offenses, aggravated battery, unlawful restraint in connection with the elevator incident, and a list of other things Detective Klein explained, but I only partly absorbed. There were hearings, continuances, property management lawyers, a city inspection, insurance forms that asked whether the damage was water, fire, theft, or other. As if man tried to enter after studying my life could fit in a checkbox. I did not move back into 1104. That was one of the few decisions I made quickly. The Denton Arms offered to replace the door, upgrade the lock, comp 2 months rent, and install enhanced security measures. Elaine said those words in an email that used my first name 6 times. I read it in the hotel bed with my jaw bruised yellow and green, and then I forwarded it to Detective Klein and a tenant attorney Claire recommended from the hospital. Claire was discharged the next day with smoke irritation, stitches in her knee, and a new hatred of elevators. She texted me a photo of her hospital bracelet with the caption, "Still right about Lewis." Lewis had 2 cracked ribs and a bruised kidney. He sent a selfie from urgent care, giving a thumbs up while looking like he'd been hit by a small car. Mrs. Ward's shoulder was dislocated, then reset. Biscuit had bruised ribs and a dramatic limp that disappeared whenever chicken was offered. Mr. Bell was out for 6 weeks. He called me on the 3rd day from his daughter's house in Skokie. "You eating?" he asked. "Sometimes." "That means no. I had crackers." "That is not eating. You resting." "Sometimes." "That means no." He chuckled, then winced. I could hear it through the phone. After a moment, he said, "You did good, Mara." I looked around the hotel room. Beige curtains, beige walls, my backpack on the chair, the chain lock on the hotel door, which I had checked so many times the metal was warm. "I don't feel like I did." "Yeah," he said. "That part takes longer." Almost Ordinary came back in pieces. Work gave me a week off, then let me work remotely. I learned the difference between sleeping and passing out. I learned that a hallway cart outside a hotel room could sound exactly like a stairwell door if my brain was tired enough. I learned that I could be grateful to be alive and still furious at everyone who told me I was lucky. 2 weeks later, Nina came by the hotel with soup because apparently Mr. Bell had deputized her into making sure I consumed nutrients. She looked better. Not fine, but sharper again. "I quit," she said, handing me the container. "The Denton Arms." "Yep, good." She sat at the tiny hotel desk. "Bell says he's quitting too, but his daughter says he's lying." "He is, definitely." We ate soup from paper bowls. For a few minutes, it felt like 2 tired women having an ordinary lunch in a room with bad art and a heater that clicked too loudly. Then Nina said, "There's something I didn't tell you." The spoon stopped halfway to my mouth. She rubbed her thumb along the edge of the bowl. "The camera from the vending machine on 10. The police took it. Klein asked me to help identify dates because our system timestamps were messed up after the power cut." "Okay. There were clips from before you moved in." I waited. Nina looked at me. "Same setup, elevator, 10th floor, stairwell. Alina Marsh, I don't know." The footage was overwritten in pieces, but there were clips from August, September. A woman with dark hair. Maybe her, maybe not. The room heater clicked. I set the spoon down carefully. Did something happen to her? I searched local reports. I know I shouldn't have, but I did. Nina swallowed. No missing person, no death, nothing obvious. She broke her lease and moved out fast. That's all I know. That should have comforted me. It did a little, not enough. A month later, I signed a lease in a smaller building in Ravenswood. 3rd floor. No elevator. Outdoor stairs, bright motion lights. Landlord who lived on site and fixed the back gate while I was still filling out paperwork because it squeaked when he opened it. I kept the bat. I bought a new doorbell camera. I also started doing something I had once thought would make me feel ridiculous. When a feeling came up sharp and wordless, I wrote it down before explaining it away. Not every fear deserved action. Some were just old bruises complaining in bad weather. But some deserved attention before proof arrived wearing gloves. On my last day at the Denton Arms, I went back with Louis and Nina to get the rest of my things. Mrs. Ward insisted on supervising from her doorway, one arm in a sling, Biscuit sitting beside her in a tiny blue sweater that said security. The new hallway camera above the elevator had already been installed. The north stairwell alarm had been repaired. The navy pier print had been replaced with a cheap photograph of the Chicago skyline at sunset. Ugly, Mrs. Ward said. Deeply, Louis agreed. We were almost done when the elevator dinged. All of us stopped. That was the part nobody tells you about surviving something. Your body doesn't care that the men are in custody. It doesn't care about charges, repairs, explanations, or new leases. It hears a sound, and it returns you. The doors opened, empty. Just the elevator, bright inside, smelling faintly of new lubricant and old metal. Nina reached over and pressed the lobby button with her knuckle. Nope, the doors closed. We all laughed, but softly. Not because it was funny, because the alternative was standing there forever. As we carried the last box toward the south stairwell, I glanced at my old door. The new lock shone brighter than the old brass. The frame had been repaired and painted, though if you looked closely, the trim didn't match. A crack under paint. A seam where smoothness had been forced over damage. On the floor beside the threshold, half tucked under the baseboard, was a small brown paper napkin. Folded once, it could have been anything. A cleaner's trash, a mover's lunch. Something dragged there on someone's shoe. I didn't pick it up. I didn't tell Nina. I just stood there long enough for Louis to notice. You okay? He asked. I looked at the napkin, then at the stairwell, then at the elevator doors reflecting us in a warped brass line. No, I said. Then I lifted my box and walked away anyway. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My childhood home was demolished, but I still get mail from the basement. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first envelope came bent in half inside my mailbox, damp at the corners, with my childhood address typed under my name like the house was still standing there waiting for me. Not my current address in South Portland. Not my apartment number. Not the rusted cluster box outside Pine Street Lofts, where the mail always smelled faintly like wet cardboard and someone's vape. The return address was blank. The stamp had been canceled in Portland, Maine, 2 days earlier, and under my name, in neat black type, was 1127 Bracket Hill Road, Basement, Falmouth. ME 4105. The problem was that 1127 Bracket Hill Road had been torn down in 2009. I stood there in the vestibule with my gym bag slipping off one shoulder and my keys hooked around my finger, staring at the word basement until the overhead light buzzed and flickered hard enough to make the glass door reflect my face back at me. My name is Mara Ellison. I'm 31, female, and I work as a claims adjuster for a regional insurance company that loves calling every disaster an event. A flooded kitchen is an event. A tree through a roof is an event. A woman crying over smoke damage while trying to find her cat is an event. You learn to say things in careful little squares. You learn not to make promises. You learn to take photographs of ruined places and keep your shoes out of the dirty water. That was the ordinary reason I was tired that evening. I'd spent 6 hours looking at a split level in Scarborough, where a burst pipe had collapsed a living room, ceiling onto a sectional sofa and a framed wedding portrait. I smelled like insulation dust and cold coffee. My socks were wet from stepping where I shouldn't have stepped. All I wanted was a shower, leftovers, and maybe 20 minutes of pretending I wasn't the kind of person who checked door locks 3 times before bed. The envelope should have gone in the recycling bin. That's what a normal person would have done. I took it upstairs. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, 1 bedroom, thin walls, nice morning light, and a radiator that knocked like a nervous old man whenever the heat came on. The building used to be a textile warehouse, back when this part of South Portland still had more working docks than breweries. The hallways carried everyone's dinners through the vents. That night it was garlic burned toast, and the lemony cleaner Mrs. Klein used even though the landlord paid a service to mop every Tuesday. I dropped my bag by the door and held the envelope under the kitchen light. Nothing moved inside it. No hard lump, no key, no powder puffing at the edges. Just paper softened by moisture, the flap sealed with the kind of machine glue that tears if you try to be gentle. My phone buzzed against the counter before I could open it. Dylan, still alive. I texted back with my thumb hovering too long, me, define alive. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Dylan, I'm outside. Your dinner is leaking through the bag. Dylan Parks, 32, male, was my oldest friend in Maine, and the closest thing I had to a brother who hadn't been assigned to me by blood. He worked as a paramedic in Portland, which meant he had the permanent posture of someone listening for a radio tone, even when he was off duty. He had dark blonde hair he cut himself badly, a habit of making jokes when people were close to tears, and a talent for noticing injuries you hadn't admitted to yet. He knocked twice and came in without waiting because I'd forgotten to lock the door. "Jesus, Mara," he said, freezing in the doorway with a paper takeout bag in one hand. "Again, it's been 30 seconds. It's been your whole life. I was right here. People get murdered right here. That's not true. It is statistically true somewhere." He pushed the door shut with his foot and turned the deadbolt, then the chain, then glanced at me and made a little satisfied face that would have been annoying if it hadn't also made me feel steadier. Dylan had brought noodles from the Thai place on Congress Street, and the bag had indeed leaked, leaving a reddish-brown stripe down the side. He set it on the counter and looked at the envelope in my hand. "What's that?" "Mail." He stared at me. "Right," he said. "Great. Thanks for narrowing that down." I handed it to him. He read the address once, then again more slowly. His forehead changed before his mouth did. That was Dylan's tell. If something bothered him, the center of his brow tightened like someone had pulled a thread under the skin. "Your old house?" he asked. I nodded. "Basement, apparently." He turned the envelope over. "No return." "Nope. Could be some database thing." Old address got merged somehow into my current mailbox. Mail forwarding is weird. It stopped 20 years ago. "Okay," he said. "Then it's some junk mail thing. Data broker garbage. Somebody scraped old property records, messed up the label." He said it quickly. Too quickly. It sounded like the kind of explanation you build out loud because the quiet alternative has teeth. I opened the drawer beside the sink and took out a butter knife. Dylan held up a hand. "Maybe don't use the food knife on the possible anthrax letter." "It's not anthrax." "You don't know that. Anthrax doesn't usually type basement." "That's exactly what anthrax wants you to think." The joke landed badly. Not because it was tasteless, because neither of us smiled after. I slit the envelope open. Inside was a single folded sheet of paper, plain white, the cheap printer kind. It was damp along one crease and smelled faintly like old cardboard left in a garage. No mold bloom, no dirt, no dramatic stain. The message was typed in the same font as the address label. "Mara, you left this downstairs." That was it. At the bottom, taped with a yellowing strip of Scotch tape, was a small square photograph. I didn't touch it at first. Dylan leaned in, the takeout cooling between us. The photo showed the basement stairs from my childhood home. Not a memory of them, not something similar. Those exact stairs. Raw wood with gray paint worn away at the center of each step. The pipe along the left wall wrapped in torn white insulation. The oval rust mark on the third riser where my father had once dropped a can of stain and said a word I wasn't supposed to repeat. At the bottom edge of the photo, barely caught by the flash, was the old green laundry basket my mother used to keep full of unmatched socks. But what made me set the paper down was the date printed in the white border. Feb 12/2026. Dylan reached for it, then stopped himself. That could be added. Yeah, anyone can fake a date. Yeah, the house is gone. I know. I mean gone. I looked at him. He softened immediately. Sorry. The house had been gone for 17 years, but my body still didn't like hearing it stated plainly. I could drive to Falmouth and see the new build where it used to be black windows, gray siding, 3-car garage, lawn too perfect to have children in it. I knew that. I had seen it once from the passenger seat of my aunt's Subaru when I was 22 and home for Thanksgiving. I'd said I was fine. Then I'd spent the rest of the drive picking skin from the side of my thumb until it bled into my sleeve. The house was not haunted. It was not special. It had been a drafty 1970s colonial with bad gutters, a half-finished basement, and a kitchen floor that curled at the seams. My parents bought it when they were optimistic and sold it when optimism had become a thing they could no longer afford. My father left first, My mother stayed long enough to make every room smell like bleach and cardboard boxes. I was 13 when we moved out, old enough to understand we were not downsizing, and young enough to believe that if I hid the right objects, the house would need us back. I hid things in the basement. Stupid things. A plastic horse with one leg missing. A cassette tape I'd recorded over with myself whispering stories. A birthday card from my father I pretended not to care about. Maybe other things. Memory is not a filing cabinet. It's a damp basement with the light switch at the top of the stairs. Dylan was reading my face. "What?" he asked. "I did leave things downstairs." "Like what?" "Kid stuff. Anything someone would know about. My mom, maybe. Could she be messing with you?" That made me laugh once, dry and sharp. My mother thinks Wi-Fi causes insomnia because the router looks awake. She is not printing fake basement mail. Family friend. We didn't have those by the end, he nodded, because he knew enough not to pry. Dylan had met my mother twice. The first time, she'd called him Brian for 3 hours. The second time, she'd asked if ambulance drivers were allowed to date patients, and then stared at me like I'd personally brought shame on emergency services. Another buzz from my phone. This time it was my younger cousin. "Tess, you home? Need to ask something weird." Tess Harmon, 27, female, was the closest relative I still spoke to on purpose. She lived in Westbrook, taught 4th grade, wore big sweaters with tiny embroidered animals, and had the kind of nervous brightness that made strangers tell her secrets in grocery lines. She remembered my childhood house, but only in flashes: Christmas cookies, the upstairs bathroom wallpaper, the basement door that stuck in humid weather. She was 6 when we moved. I called instead of texting. She answered on the first ring. "Did you get one?" The radiator knocked once behind me. Dylan looked up. "One what?" I asked, though I already knew. I hated that I already knew. "A letter," Tess said. Her voice had the tight, careful pitch she used with students who were about to cry. "Mara, did you get a letter from Brackett Hill?" I put the paper flat on the counter and pressed 2 fingers to the corner so it wouldn't curl. "What did yours say?" Dylan mouthed. "Yours?" Tess inhaled close to the mic. I could hear traffic through her open car window, the clicking turn signal, a wrapper crinkling somewhere near her lap. "It wasn't addressed to me," she said. "It was addressed to Aunt Linda. But it came to my apartment, my mother." "What did it say?" "Mara, Tess." "What did it say?" There was a small bumping sound, like she'd pulled into a parking space and hit the curb. It said she shouldn't have locked it from the outside. The kitchen seemed to shrink around the refrigerator hum. Dylan took the phone gently from my hand and put it on speaker without asking. Practical. Always practical. "Tess, it's Dylan," he said. "Are you safe right now?" "I'm outside Hannaford," she said. "There are people around." "Good. Stay there for a minute." Did the envelope have anything else in it? A picture. My mouth had gone dry enough that my tongue clicked when I tried to speak. "Of what?" "The old basement door," Tess said, "from the hallway side. But it's close up, like someone took it from kneeling. You can see the scratches around the knob." I remembered those scratches, not in a ghost story way, in a real way, in the way your body keeps a record of ordinary damage. The basement door at 1127 Brackett Hill had an old brass knob that stuck if you turned it too fast. The wood around it had been scarred by keys, screwdrivers, and my mother's rings. When I was little, she kept the basement locked during the day because the stairs were steep and unfinished. When I got older, she locked it during arguments because the washing machine was downstairs and she didn't want my father hiding behind chores. Once, when I was 11, I'd gone down there during a thunderstorm to look for a board game. The power had gone out. The door had stuck at the top when I tried to leave. Not locked, stuck. I knew it was stuck. I had yelled until my throat hurt. My father was away. My mother had been asleep with earplugs in because she worked nights at Maine Medical then and treated daytime like a thing the rest of us were inconsiderate enough to make loud. I was down there for 43 minutes. I know because the power came back and the clock on the laundry shelf reset to 12:00. And then my mother opened the door at 12:43 with her hair smashed flat on one side and said, "Why didn't you just calm down?" After that, tight rooms made my thoughts run badly. Not panic, exactly. I dislike the word panic. It sounds too wild, too dramatic, like something flailing on purpose. Mine was quieter, a narrowing, a sense that the air had been measured in advance, and I was using it too quickly. Dylan knew that too. "Mara," he said softly, "I'm fine. You're gripping the counter." I let go. My fingertips had left pale ovals on the laminate. Tess said, "Should we call Aunt Linda?" "No," I said too fast. Dylan's eyes moved to mine. I tried again. "Not yet. She'll spiral." "She might know what this is," Tess said. "She'll say it's your uncle playing a joke, or a church fundraiser, or she'll start crying about the house, and then I'll have to manage her instead of this." That came out harsher than I meant. Tess went quiet. I rubbed my forehead. "Sorry." "No, I know," she said. I don't like it." "Neither do I." Dylan picked up the envelope by the edges and tilted it toward the light. "Tess, does yours have a postmark?" "Portland." "Same as yours." I looked. "Yeah, could be someone local," Dylan said. "Someone who knew the house." "There weren't that many people," I said. "Contractors?" he asked. "Demolition crew, new owners, someone who found old stuff before it came down. That house has been gone since Obama's first year. I'm not saying it's likely." "No, you're saying it because the other option is worse." "What other option?" Tess asked. No one answered her. Outside on Pine Street, a truck backed up with 3 flat beeps, then a pause, then 3 more. Somewhere downstairs, a dog started barking in annoyed bursts. The apartment smelled like noodles congealing in chili oil and the wet wool of Dylan's jacket. Ordinary things. That was the part that bothered me. The whole room was ordinary enough to make the paper on my counter feel obscene. I took a photo of the letter and sent it to Tess. She sent hers back. Her picture came through pixel by pixel, filling my screen from top to bottom. The basement door. Old brass knob. Scratches. Beige hallway wall my mother had hated, but never repainted because she said buyers liked neutral colors. The edge of the photo caught a strip of carpet I remembered sitting on with a bowl of cereal, listening to my parents argue in the kitchen. At the bottom, a printed date. FEB 12/20/26, same day as mine. Dylan said, "We should preserve these bags maybe. Don't handle them more." "Do you have evidence bags in your car?" No, Mara. I left my crime lab in my other pants. Ziplocs are fine for now. Tess gave a tiny laugh that immediately broke apart. I went to the sink cabinet and found a box of freezer bags behind dishwasher pods and a bottle of vinegar. Dylan slid both letters inside separate bags, then washed his hands like he'd touched raw chicken. "What do we do?" Tess asked. The sensible answer was police. I knew that. A weird letter with a possibly faked photo was harassment at minimum. And if someone had access to old family details, it could become something uglier. I also knew what the first conversation would sound like. "So the demolished house is sending you mail?" "No, not the house. A person." "And what is the threat?" "There wasn't one yet." "Do you have any idea who sent it?" "No." "Do you have any current disputes?" "Ex-partners, estranged relatives, financial issues." Nothing clean enough to hand them. I dealt with forms for a living. I understood the difference between fear and an actionable claim. "Before cops," I said, "we verify the property." Dylan frowned. "Verify how?" "County records, street view, maybe the town permit office. See who owns it now if there's construction, if someone could access the old foundation." "The old foundation would have been removed," he said. "Probably. Probably is not a plan." "It's the start of one," Tess said. "I can look up the property card." "Falmouth has online records." "No," Dylan said. "Mara can look. You stay in the bright grocery store parking lot like a normal frightened person." "I am not frightened." "You called from a Hannaford parking lot because paper upset you." "Okay, fair." I opened my laptop. It was still on the kitchen table under a stack of claim folders and a mug with tea dried in the bottom. The fan whined when I woke it up. I searched the address. There it was. Not our house, the new one. Listing photo from 2019 showed a broad, modern structure with flat stone accents and black framed windows. The kind of house that looks expensive even before someone tells you it has radiant floors. Sold in 2020. Owner name hidden behind an LLC. Tax map available. Building sketch. No basement listed, only finished lower level. "Lower level," Dylan said. "Most people call that a basement. Rich people don't. They call it wellness space or wine storage." I scrolled. The property history showed demolition permit issued April 2009. New construction permit May 2010. Final inspection February 2011. No mention of the old foundation. No scanned demo details. Nothing dramatic. Tess said maybe the photos are old, from before demolition. Someone found them. The date could be fake, Dylan said again. I clicked into image search, then county maps, then an archived real estate page. My hands moved quickly because movement helped. Tabs multiplied. The apartment felt too warm, the radiator hissing now. The window glass black with my kitchen reflected in it, me, Dylan, the sealed freezer bags, the takeout nobody had touched. Then I found the basement photo. Not my envelope photo. A real estate photo from 2008, before the sale, uploaded to an old cached listing. The basement stairs were shown from the top. Similar angle. Same pipe. Same steps. But no green laundry basket. No rust mark visible on the third riser because the flash washed it out. No damp line on the left wall where the old sump pump had failed every spring. The envelope photo was lower, closer, and worse lit. It felt like someone standing there. Someone who either had old private photos from inside my house or had reproduced the scene. Both options made my stomach feel heavy. "I'm going to drive by," I said. Dylan said, "Absolutely not." I didn't say go inside. That's not the comfort you think it is. We need to know if someone's there. We can call the non-emergency line and ask for a patrol drive-by. And say what? We received suspicious nostalgia. Mara, Tess has one too. My mother is mentioned. This isn't random. I agree it isn't random. That's why you don't go creeping around a private property at night like the first idiot in a documentary. He was right. I hated that he was right because rightness did not reduce the need to do something. Tess said, "I can come to you." "No," Dylan and I said together. She made an offended sound. Dylan leaned toward the phone. "Not because you can't handle it, because if someone sent both of you letters, splitting the difference by having you drive alone at night is dumb. I'm 27, and I'm tired. Don't make me use my professional voice." There was a pause. "Fine," Tess said. "I'll stay here for a bit. Then I'll go home and bring the letter to school tomorrow to lock in my desk." "No," I said. "Bring it here tomorrow, in daylight." I surprised myself with that. Dylan noticed. "Tomorrow," he said, "we can take both letters to the police. We can also call the town office. We can do boring adult steps. I wanted to believe in them. Forms, phone calls, case numbers, systems. I believed in systems because the alternative was admitting how often they failed quietly, behind closed doors, in damp basements where no one could hear you until they chose to. My laptop chimed with an email notification. Work, another event, another damaged property needing neat documentation. I almost closed it. Then a new tab finished loading from the town records site. The building permit page had a note scanned sideways at the bottom, gray and blurry. I had to zoom in twice. Existing basement void to be filled per contractor plan. I read it out loud. Dylan bent over my shoulder. Basement void. The old foundation space, maybe. Filled, he said, per contractor plan. So gone. Supposed to be. He didn't answer. From the phone, Tess whispered, "Mara." The overhead kitchen light buzzed again, just for a second, and the freezer bags on the counter crinkled as the radiator heat lifted one loose corner. I looked at the two letters, one addressed to a house that did not exist, one accusing my mother of locking something from the outside, two photos dated last week of a basement that should have been crushed, filled, buried, replaced, forgotten. My everyday life sat around me in small, useless piles, claim folders, cold noodles, damp socks, a jacket over a chair. Things that belonged to a woman who knew how to measure damage after it happened. Dylan put his phone on the counter. "No driving there tonight." I looked at him, held my gaze, steady and tired and kind. "I mean it." On the phone, Tess said, "Then what?" Outside, the backing truck finally stopped beeping. The dog downstairs quit barking mid-burst, like someone had put a hand over its muzzle. For a moment, the only sound in my apartment was the radiator knocking through its old pipes. I opened the town records page again and copied the permit number. "We don't go there tonight," I said. Dylan relaxed by maybe half an inch. I picked up my keys anyway. "But the postmark came from Portland," I said. and there's a distribution center on Forest Avenue." Dylan stared at me. Tess said, "Mara, what are you thinking?" I looked down at the freezer bags, at the typed word basement, at the photo of stairs that my feet remembered better than I wanted them to. "I'm thinking," I said, "someone mailed these from somewhere real." And then we had to decide whether to treat the letters like a sick prank meant to scare us back into old family damage, or like the first physical proof that somebody had been digging through a part of my life I had spent 17 years trying not to open. By 9 the next morning, the post office had already told me no. Not in those words. Nobody in a federal building says no plainly if they can wrap it in policy first. The woman behind the glass at the Forest Avenue station looked at the freezer bag with my letter inside it, then looked at me, then at Dylan, then back at the letter with the face of someone deciding whether my problem belonged to her day. "I can't release routing information to you," she said. "I'm not asking for private information," I said. "I just need to know where it entered the mail. That is routing information. It's my mail. It's mail addressed to you," she said. "That's different." Dylan shifted beside me. He had come in uniform pants and a gray sweatshirt because he was supposed to work a 12-hour shift starting at noon, and kept pretending he wasn't checking the time every 4 minutes. His jaw had that clamped look he got when he was trying not to do somebody else's job for them. The lobby smelled like wet wool, stamp glue, and the burnt dust of old heaters. A line had formed behind us. Someone coughed into a scarf. Somewhere in the back, packages thumped into bins with dull, bored force. I slid Tess's photo under the slot too, still inside its bag. "This one was sent to my cousin," I said. "Same date, same postmark. It references our old house. We think someone might be harassing our family." The woman didn't touch the photo. "Then you need to file a police report. We're trying to gather enough information to make one." "That's not how that works." She wasn't wrong. That made it worse. My name is still Mara Ellison, still 31, still the kind of person who knows how procedures sound when they are built to protect the institution first and the person second. I should have respected the line. I should have thanked her and left. Instead, I stood there with my fingers against the cold metal counter, feeling the old narrowness start behind my ribs. Not basement narrow yet, but close. Dylan touched my elbow. "Mara, I just need someone to confirm these weren't dropped in a neighborhood box by the old property." The woman sighed through her nose. "The cancellation says Portland. That's all I can tell you. Can someone pull camera footage from here? Not without law enforcement." "And how long is footage kept?" She gave me a look. Behind us, a man muttered, "Come on." The sound snapped something small in me. I turned. "You want to go ahead and buy your stamps while someone uses my dead childhood home as a return address?" The man blinked at me. Dylan stepped between us with a soft, professional smile. "We're done here. We are not done. We're done here," he repeated, lower this time. He didn't pull me away. He knew better. But he moved toward the door, and I followed because if I didn't, I was going to become the woman people recorded on their phones. Outside, the parking lot was glazed with slush that had frozen overnight and softened again under weak February sun. Cars hissed along Forest Avenue. A gull picked at something near a storm drain, stabbing and stepping back, stabbing and stepping back. Dylan exhaled. That went great. Don't. I'm serious. Very productive. You intimidated a man with forever stamps. She could have helped. She could have lost her job. She could have answered one question. She answered the question she was allowed to answer. I hated how calm he sounded. Calm made me feel alone with the urgency. I walked too fast toward his Subaru, the freezer bags tucked inside my coat, the plastic crackling against my sweater with every step. The time-sensitive problem had arrived at 7:18 that morning in the form of a third letter. Not in my mailbox, on my windshield. Dylan had found it when he came to pick me up, tucked under the driver's side wiper of my aging blue Civic, the envelope swollen with freezing rain and stuck to the glass. Same typed label, same old address, same blank return. Inside was a photograph of my mother's old basement laundry sink, the chipped white utility, one with 2 rust-colored legs, and a faucet that screamed when you turned the hot tap. A red plastic flashlight lay in the basin. I knew that flashlight, or I thought I did. It had been hours, kept in the junk drawer with batteries that were always dead. The typed message said, "Ask Linda before 5:00. After that, it goes where the concrete went." There were 2 things about that sentence that made it impossible to treat as a prank we could file away until it became convenient. 1, my mother had an oncology follow-up in Brunswick at 2:30. Tess had remembered because she was the one driving her. My mother did not have cancer anymore, technically, but the appointments still made her brittle and mean, and she often shut off her phone afterward for what she called quiet. 2, at 5:00 that afternoon, according to the town office clerk I called before breakfast, the current owner of 1127 Brackett Hill Road had a concrete contractor scheduled for slab remediation on the lower level after a drainage issue. The clerk had said it like she was reading the weather. "Remediation starts today," ID asked. "That's what the permit note says. Contractor window begins at 5. What kind of drainage issue? I can't speak to that. Can you tell me whether they'll be opening the foundation? I can tell you there is an active permit. Can you stop the work? No. Can someone inspect before they pour? Not without a reason." I almost laughed at that. A reason sat on my kitchen counter in 3 freezer bags. Now we had until 5:00 to get my mother to tell us what the message meant. Convince a police officer or town inspector that old family letters constituted a reason, or drive to Falmouth and risk trespassing around a house whose current owners had no idea they had become the center of something ugly. Concrete was not mystical. It was heavy, scheduled, and indifferent. Once poured, it hid things very well. Dylan unlocked the Subaru. "We should go to the police now," he said. "We have to get Tess and Mom first. Police first. My mother will shut down if cops show up asking about the basement. She might shut down anyway. She knows something. You don't know that, Dylan." He opened the driver's door and stopped with one hand on the roof. "What? You saw the note?" "I saw a note designed to make you act fast and stupid." That landed hard because he was right again, and because my flaw had always been most dangerous when it disguised itself as competence. At work, I was thorough. At home, thorough became fixation. Give me one loose thread, and I would pull until the whole sweater came apart in my lap. I got into the passenger seat and shut the door too hard. Dylan didn't start the car right away. "Mara," he said softer, "whoever sent these knows you'll chase it." I stared through the windshield at the post office doors. "Then they know me." He had no answer for that. Tess picked up on the second ring. Background, I could hear her classroom noise, chairs scraping, little voices, the bright chaos of children transitioning badly from one activity to another. "I can't talk long," she said. "They're at music in 3 minutes. Where's my mother?" "At home. I'm picking her up at 1. Don't let her go to the appointment without talking to me." What happened? A third letter. The classroom noise faded. I imagined Tess stepping into the hall, cardigan pulled tight around her, one hand cupped over the phone. "What did it say?" I told her. She didn't speak for a few seconds. "Tess, I don't like where the concrete went," she said. "Neither do I. That sounds like someone knows about the demolition, or wants us to think they do." Dylan started the car. "Ask her if Linda has seemed off." I relayed it. Tess gave a strange little laugh. "She's Aunt Linda. Off is her baseline." "Tess, no, I mean." Yesterday, when I called to remind her about the appointment, she asked if I'd been to Falmouth recently. My hand tightened around the phone. "What?" She said it casual. Like, "You haven't been driving around Brackett Hill, have you?" I thought she meant because of traffic or the construction near Route 1. "Did you tell her about the letter then?" "No, I hadn't opened it yet." Dylan looked over. "That's new. Why didn't you mention that last night?" I asked. "Because last night I was thinking about the creepy photo. I forgot." "You forgot she brought up the exact road." "I'm sorry my brain didn't organize the nightmare correctly." The hurt in her voice cut through my impatience. I closed my eyes. "No, I'm sorry. I just need you to get her talking before the appointment. I have school until noon. Can you leave? I have 28 fourth graders, and one of them put a magnet in his mouth yesterday because he wanted to feel north. Can't just leave because Aunt Linda is being weird. Tell the office it's a family emergency." "Is it?" The question sat between us. Dylan drove us out of the lot and into traffic. Tires dragged through gray slush at the curb. A delivery truck blocked half the lane and someone leaned on a horn, long and flat. "Yes," I said. "It is." Tess lowered her voice. "Okay, I'll try." "Don't try, do it." "Mara, stop." I bit down on the inside of my cheek. The taste of copper spread over my tongue. "Sorry." "No, you're scared. And you're doing that thing where scared turns into bossy." Dylan made a small sound that meant he agreed, but valued his life. Tess continued, gentler now. "I'll get coverage after music. I'll drive to her place, but you need to not ambush her. She'll bolt inside herself." My mother lived in a senior apartment complex off Brighton Avenue, technically independent living, though she talked about it like exile. By the time Dylan and I got there, Tess was already in the parking lot, sitting in her little red Toyota, with both hands wrapped around a paper coffee cup she wasn't drinking from. Tess got out when she saw us. She was small, pale, and tense, with her dark hair twisted into a knot that had already started to collapse. Her coat had a smear of blue marker on one sleeve. I told the office my aunt had a medical situation, she said. Dylan looked at the building. Does she know we're coming? She knows I am. Great, he said. So we're surprising an anxious woman with basement mail before oncology. Don't call it basement mail, I said. What would you prefer? Subterranean correspondence. Tess laughed once to spite herself, then covered her mouth like she'd done something wrong. We found my mother in the community room. Linda Ellison, 62, female, was sitting at a folding table near the window with a puzzle spread in front of her and no interest in completing it. She had once been a nurse, and she still carried herself with the particular authority of someone who believed suffering became more manageable when charted in clean handwriting. Her hair, gray at the roots and dyed chestnut at the ends, was pinned back with 2 clips. Her cardigan was buttoned wrong. Beside her sat Harold Green, 74, male, a retired bus driver from Bath who lived 2 doors down from my mother and had appointed himself the unofficial mayor of the building's community room. He had a paper cup of black coffee, a red Sox cap, and the bright, nosy eyes of a man who considered other people's family trouble part of the building amenities. My mother saw me and immediately looked at Tess. You said appointment, she said. It is appointment day, Tess replied carefully. Mara needed to ask you something first. My mother's eyes moved to me. I don't have time for insurance forms. It's not about work. Harold leaned back. Family meeting. Dylan smiled politely. Private, if you don't mind. Harold lifted both hands, but did not leave until my mother said, Go bother someone else. He gathered his coffee and shuffled toward the vending machines, slowly enough to hear as much as possible. I sat across from my mother. Tess stood behind a chair. Dylan stayed near the doorway, arms folded, watching exits, because that was what Dylan did. I placed the freezer bag with the 3rd letter on the table. My mother looked at it. Her face did not change much. That was what scared me. Not shock, not confusion. A tightening around the mouth. Recognition being forced back down. Where did you get that? She asked. On my windshield. Throw it away. No, Mara, what happened in the basement? Her fingers moved to the puzzle pieces. She picked up a blue edge piece, set it down, picked it up again. Nothing happened in the basement. Then why is someone sending photos of it? Because people are cruel. Who? I don't know. Why did you ask Tess if she'd been driving around Brackett Hill? Tess looked startled. Aunt Linda, my mother's gaze snapped to her. You told her that. She needed to know. She needs to leave things alone. The room sounds became too clear. Vending machine hum. A chair leg scraping near the kitchenette. The soft click of puzzle cardboard under my mother's nails. Dylan stepped closer. Ms. Ellison, the note says to ask you before 5. There's concrete work scheduled at the property at 5. For the first time, her composure cracked. What concrete work? At the new house, I said. Drainage repair, lower level. She looked toward the windows, but her eyes didn't seem to find anything outside. They were supposed to fill it. What? The void, she said, almost to herself. They said they filled it. Tess slowly sat down. My pulse moved into my throat. What void? My mother pressed both hands flat on the puzzle, scattering sky pieces. I am not doing this here. Then where? At my apartment. Fine. No. She stood too fast and gripped the edge of the table when her balance wobbled. No, I mean I'm not doing it. You don't get to decide that. Her eyes flashed. For a second, she looked younger, the version of her who could silence a room with one breath. I absolutely do. Dylan's phone buzzed. He glanced down, then swore under his breath. What? I asked. Shift supervisor. Multi-car on 295. They're calling people in early. Go, I said automatically. I'm not leaving you. You have to. He looked torn in a way I hated. His job was not theoretical. Somewhere, real people were bleeding beside a highway while we circled old family damage in a community room that smelled like coffee and lemon disinfectant. My mother seized on it. Yes, go. Everyone go, Tess said. Aunt Linda, please. My mother pointed at her. You especially. You have children waiting. They have a substitute. Then go back to them. No. Word surprised all of us, including Tess. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't take it back. Dylan answered his phone, stepped into the hall, and spoke in the controlled, clipped voice he used when switching into work. I heard 10 minutes in Forest Avenue and I'm on my way. He came back with apology already written across his face. I have to go. I know. Do not go to Falmouth without calling police. I won't. He stared at me. I won't, I repeated, less convincingly. He looked at Tess. Let her. Tess gave a shaky salute. Great. Put me in charge of the haunted insurance adjuster. Not haunted, I said. Emotionally haunted. Dylan almost smiled, then hugged me quickly, hard enough that the freezer bags crinkled between us. In my ear, he said, 5 o'clock is bait. I know. Knowing and acting like you know are different. Then he was gone, jogging down the hall toward the parking lot, already becoming part of someone else's emergency. Without him, the room felt less anchored. My mother sat back down slowly. Her hands had begun to tremble. She hid them in her lap. I softened my voice. Mom, someone knows about the basement. They're sending pictures. If there's something under that house and concrete work covers it, we may lose the chance to understand what this is. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. Understand? Yes. You always wanted things to make sense. That's not a flaw. It is when they don't. Tess leaned forward. Was someone hurt? My mother closed her eyes. There it was. Not an answer, but the shape of one. Before I could press, my phone rang. Unknown number. I nearly ignored it. Then I thought of the letters, the postmark, the deadline. I answered on speaker. A man's voice said, Is this Mara Ellison? Yes. This is Officer Keene with South Portland PD. We got your online report. I hadn't filed one. Tess stared at me. I didn't submit a report, I said. There was a pause. Papers moved near the phone. Ma'am, we received a welfare concern through the online portal. It lists you as reporting suspicious mail connected to 1127 Brackett Hill Road. My skin prickled under my sweater. What exactly did the report say? Another pause. It states that you intend to enter the property before 5 p.m. because there may be human remains under the basement slab. My mother made a small sound. Tess whispered, What? Officer Keene continued, more cautious now. Ma'am, are you currently planning to go to that address? No, I said. My mother stared at me like she wanted me to lie better. The officer said, I need to advise you not to approach the property. Falmouth PD has been notified. The homeowner has also received a trespass warning request due to the report. The homeowner knows. Yes, ma'am. Who filed it? I can't provide that over the phone. The procedural wall again. Neat, gray, immediate. I looked at the clock. community room door. 10:42 a.m., 6 hours and 18 minutes until concrete. The message had done more than rush us. Someone had used my name, my fear, and just enough truth to put police and the homeowner on alert before we even reached the property. A sick prank would scare us away. This was steering us. My mother pushed back her chair. "Where are you going?" I asked. "To my apartment. We're not done." "Yes," she said, voice thin but sharp. "We are." She walked past me faster than I expected. Tess went after her. I grabbed the letters and followed them into the hallway, where the carpet swallowed our footsteps and the fluorescent lights made everyone look unwell. My mother stabbed the elevator button 3 times. "Mom," I said, "no. What does human remains mean?" The elevator doors opened. Inside stood Harold Green, holding his coffee and looking deeply pleased to have accidentally become relevant. My mother froze. Harold looked from her to me to Tess, then down at the freezer bags in my hand. He said, "Linda, is this about that kid?" The elevator gave a soft mechanical ding, as if politely reminding us it had places to be. My mother's face emptied, not fainting, not panic, something worse, defeat. Then, from inside my coat pocket, my phone buzzed with a text from Dylan. "Dylan, call me now. Dispatch just sent Falmouth unit to Brackett Hill. Contractor reported fresh damage to the lower level wall." A second text came through before I could breathe. "Dylan, they found a child's backpack in the opening." The first failed attempt was getting my mother to say the name. Not the story, not the truth, just the name Harold had thrown into the elevator like a lit match. That kid. The elevator doors tried to close on us. Harold stuck his paper cup between them with the practiced confidence of a man who had stopped many buses and a few conversations from leaving without him. "Duh," he said again, softer this time. "Is this about that kid?" My mother turned on him so fast Tess stepped back. "Don't," she said. Harold's face changed. The nosiness drained out of it, replaced by something older and more embarrassed. He looked suddenly less like a gossip and more like a man who had accidentally walked into a room where someone was bleeding. "I'm sorry," he said. "You don't know anything. I know what people said." And that was always the problem. The elevator dinged again. Somewhere down the hall, a television laughed through a closed door. It was a bright, canned laugh, completely wrong for the moment. I held up Dylan's texts. "Mom, a backpack was found at the house." Her eyes dropped to the screen. For 1 second, I thought she might finally break open. Instead, she stepped into the elevator and hit the button for her floor. Tess moved after her. "Aunt Linda, wait." My mother looked at me, not Tess. "If you go there, you will make it worse." "What is it?" She swallowed. Something I should have told the truth about when I still had the chance. The doors closed. That was all we got. Tess slapped the elevator button, as if insult could call it back faster. "Are you kidding me?" Harold stood there with his coffee cooling in his hand. I turned to him. "Who was the kid?" He looked down the hallway, toward the security camera bubble in the corner. "I don't know if I should be talking." "Then why did you say anything?" "Because I'm old, not dead. I can tell when a thing has followed someone too long." "Harold," Tess said, voice shaking, "please." He rubbed the side of his nose with one knuckle. "There was a boy, not family. I only heard bits. This was before Linda moved here, before I knew her proper. A missing boy from Falmouth, maybe Cumberland. People whispered when she first came in because somebody recognized her name. What boy? I don't remember. When? He grimaced. Late 90s, early 2000s. I drove routes back then. Kids talked. Adults talked worse. My legs felt like they had missed a stair. Was he connected to our house? I don't know, I swear. He looked at my mother's closed elevator doors, though she was gone. Someone said there was a search near Brackett Hill. Someone said your house had a basement nobody wanted opened. But people say things, especially when a child is missing. Tess whispered, "A missing child." The phrase changed the hallway. It turned the carpet, the fluorescent light, the community bulletin board with its bingo flyer and blood pressure clinic, notice into props around something much larger and colder. I tried to call Dylan. It went straight to voicemail. Of course it did. He was on a highway with sirens and broken glass and somebody else's terrible morning. So we made our second attempt without him. Tess drove because my hands were shaking badly enough to make my keys jangle. We took Brighton Avenue west, then cut toward Falmouth by way of Allen Avenue and Route 1, because I said the highway would be faster, and Tess said, "You are not allowed to navigate us into a guardrail," which was fair. The geography mattered because I could feel every mile pulling us closer to the old house. From my mother's senior building in Portland, Brackett Hill Road was maybe 20 minutes without traffic. We passed pharmacies, gas stations, a Dunkin', with a line spilling into the street. Then the road opened into cleaner stretches. Newer houses set back from the road, black winter trees, snow crusted in the ditches, mailboxes standing at different angles like bad teeth. The sky had the flat white glare of a day that couldn't decide whether to snow. My mother sat in the back seat. She had refused to stay behind after the backpack news, but she also refused to explain why she was coming. "I have an appointment," she said once weakly. Tess looked at her in the rearview mirror. "We are past pretending the appointment is the problem. I can still make it." "No, you can't." My mother turned her face to the window. "Then I'll reschedule." We drove in silence until Falmouth. The old route came back to me in fragments. The veterinary clinic with the blue sign, the little church with the red doors, the bend where my school bus used to throw us against one another if the driver took it too fast. Then Brackett Hill Road appeared on the right, narrower than I remembered, lined with stone walls and bare maples. My chest tightened before the turn. Tess noticed. "You okay?" "Yes. You always say yes like a dare." "I'm okay enough." The current house at 1127 sat behind a short curve in the road, up a sloped driveway packed with dirty snow at the edges. It did not belong to my memory. It was too square, too clean, with black framed windows and cedar accents that had silvered from weather. A contractor's van was parked halfway up the drive. A Falmouth police cruiser idled near the mailbox, blue lights off. Yellow caution tape fluttered from one porch post to a temporary fence panel along the left side of the house. Tess slowed. "Don't pull in," my mother said. "We need to talk to them," I said. "No, Mom, no." Tess eased onto the shoulder across the road. The moment the car stopped, a uniformed officer stepped out of the cruiser and looked straight at us. Not curious, Ready? A man in a bright orange work jacket came around from the side of the house, phone pressed to his ear. Behind him, near a basement-level bulkhead door set into the slope, 2 workers stood with shovels, and the stiff posture of people who had found something they wished they had not found. The sight of that bulkhead did something physical to me. Our old house had not had a bulkhead. It had interior stairs. The new house's lower level opened out through that metal sloped door, half hidden by landscaping stones and snow. But beneath it, somewhere under poured walls and drainage mats and modern finishes, there had once been earth shaped around our basement. My mother made a low sound. I turned. What? She had one hand pressed over her mouth. Tess whispered, "Aunt Linda." The officer crossed the road toward us. I opened my door before he reached us. "Stay in the car," he said. "I'm Mara Ellison." I know. That was not comforting. Officer Daniel Rourke, maybe 40, male, had the clipped, weather-burned look of a Maine cop who had spent too many winters standing beside cars in slush. His expression was not unkind, but it was closed. He kept his body angled so he could see all 3 of us through the windshield. "You were advised not to come here," he said. "I was advised not to enter the property. We're on the shoulder." "Ma'am." "There are letters," I said, holding up the freezer bags. "The report filed under my name was fake. Someone is manipulating this. I need you to step away from the vehicle and keep your hands visible." Tess said, "What?" My mother closed her eyes. I did what he said because arguing with a nervous officer beside a road was one of the few bad choices I could still recognize. Rourke looked at Tess. "You too." Tess got out slowly, palms up like we were in a crime show. Her face had gone pale, except for 2 spots high on her cheeks. "My aunt is 62 and has a medical appointment," she said. "Please don't scare her. I'm not trying to scare anyone. You're doing okay at it." "Tess," I warned. A second officer came from the house. Younger, female, one hand near her belt, not on it. The contractor in orange watched us and kept talking into his phone. Rourke said, "We received information that you might attempt to access the residence. Now there's damage to a retaining wall and possible evidence inside. You understand how this looks? It looks like someone wanted us blamed for damage we didn't cause. Maybe, but you came anyway." The trap tightened exactly as Dylan had predicted. The letters had pulled us here. The fake report had warned them we would come. Now, our arrival made the warning look true. I could feel my thoughts beginning to narrow again, squeezing toward one solution. Explain harder, push harder, force someone to understand. That was how I made mistakes. So I shut my mouth and handed over the freezer bags. Rourke studied the letters through plastic. His face shifted when he saw the photos. "Where did you get these?" "My mailbox, my cousin's apartment, my windshield." "Your windshield, this morning." He exchanged a look with the younger officer. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer. From the back seat, my mother said, "Ask about the backpack." Everyone looked at her. Rourke stepped closer to the car. "Ma'am, what do you know about the backpack?" My mother's lips parted, but no sound came out. Then the contractor shouted from the driveway, "Danny." Rourke turned. The orange-jacketed man was staring down at his phone. Homeowners pulling in. A black Range Rover came up the road too fast, braked hard, and swung into the driveway. A woman got out before it fully settled. Caroline Mercer, 46, female, was the current owner of 1127 Brackett Hill Road, though I didn't know her name until Rourke said it. She had expensive boots, a camel-colored coat, and the kind of anger rich people wear when they believe rules are customer service features. She pointed at us before she reached the cruiser. "Are those them?" "Ms. Mercer, please stay back," Rourke said. "They're across from my house." "We're handling it." Caroline looked at me. Her eyes moved over my coat, my old boots, the freezer bags now in the officer's hand. "You people need to leave," she said. "You people," Tess snapped. The younger officer lifted a hand. "Let's keep this calm." Caroline laughed once. "My wall is broken open. There's a filthy backpack inside it, and some woman is sending police reports about bodies under my house. I am not interested in calm." "I didn't send that report," I said. "Then why are you here?" "Because I was 13 again, and the basement door was stuck. Because my mother had finally looked afraid of something besides memory. Because the concrete was coming at 5. I used to live here," I said. "That house is gone." "I know." "No," Caroline said, "you don't. Because people like you keep acting like the land remembers you. That should have made me angry. Instead, it struck too close to something true." Rourke stepped between us. "Ms. Mercer, go back to the driveway." Then came the misdirection. Sound rose from the house. 3 knocks, hollow, slow, from below the main floor. Everyone stopped, even Caroline. The contractors near the bulkhead backed away as if the ground had coughed. Knock, knock, knock. My body reacted before my brain could place it. The old basement door, my fists, my child voice going hoarse. I staggered backward and slipped on the icy shoulder. My left knee hit the road grit hard enough to send pain up my thigh. Tess grabbed my arm. "Mara," my mother started crying. Not loud, just sudden, helpless tears sliding down her face while she stared at the house. Rourke drew his flashlight and moved toward the driveway. The younger officer followed. Caroline stayed frozen beside her Range Rover. The knocking came again, faster now. 4 times. Then a scrape. Then a man's muffled voice shouted, "Shut it down." The orange-jacketed contractor ran toward the side yard. A generator coughed, rattled, and died. The knocking stopped with it. For 10 awful seconds, nobody spoke. Then one of the workers near the bulkhead yelled, "It's the damn compressor line. It's jumping against the joist." A compressor line. A hose. Air pressure making metal slap wood in the broken wall cavity. A stupid, mechanical thing. My knee throbbed. My palms were scraped from catching myself on the slushy asphalt. Tess was breathing hard through her nose. My mother covered her face with both hands. The explanation made the sound worse, not better, because it proved how little it took to turn us into people who believed in monsters for the length of 3 knocks. Rourke came back looking less skeptical. "You're bleeding," he said. "I'm fine." "You're not." Tess crouched and pulled a tissue from her pocket, pressing it to my knee through the tear in my jeans. "Hold still." I said, "I'm fine." "And I heard you lie." My mother opened the car door. His name was Owen. The tissue stilled against my knee. I looked up at her. "Owen Pike," she said, voice flat with exhaustion. "He was 10. He lived 2 roads over. He used to cut through our yard sometimes because your father let kids play near the drainage ditch." Rourke's expression sharpened. I stood too fast and nearly lost balance. "What happened to him?" He went missing in March of 2004. I remembered 2004 as weather, mud season, gray snowbanks, my father sleeping on the couch, my mother bleaching counters at midnight, police cars near the school once, maybe twice, adults lowering their voices when children entered rooms. Was he in our basement? I asked. No, Mom, no, she said, and this time there was force behind it. Not that I knew, not ever. Rourke said, Ma'am, I need you to come speak with me. She shook her head. The younger officer's radio crackled. She turned away, listened, then looked back at Rourke with a new tension. What? He asked. She approached and spoke low, but not low enough. Records just confirmed. Missing juvenile Owen Pike, March 2004. Case never closed. Last known sighting near Brackett Hill Road. Caroline made a strangled sound. Are you telling me there might be a dead child in my wall? No one is saying that, Rourke said, but you're thinking it. No one corrected her. The third attempt was supposed to be official. Rourke separated us. Tess and I near the cruiser. My mother inside the back of the ambulance that arrived after someone decided her blood pressure looked bad. Caroline on her phone near the driveway. Contractors standing around uselessly with their hands in pockets. The younger officer took photos of the letters. Another cruiser blocked one lane of Brackett Hill Road. Cars slowed as they passed. At 12:36, Rourke told us the scene was being held until a detective arrived from Falmouth, maybe County, if they confirmed anything older than property damage. I felt relief so strongly, it almost made me dizzy. Finally, the system had taken it. Then the system began to fail in exactly the way systems fail. The detective was tied up in Yarmouth. The medical examiner's office would not respond unless remains were actually found. The homeowner's attorney called and objected to any further opening of the wall without a warrant. The contractor said his crew could not leave exposed damage because temperatures were dropping and water was getting into the lower level. The town inspector was in meetings until 3. Everything became a chain of people waiting for authority from someone else. Meanwhile, 500 kept moving toward us. At 1:15, while Tess sat with my mother in the ambulance, and I stood by the cruiser trying to ignore the sting in my palms, my phone rang again. Dylan, I answered. Are you at the house? He asked. Yes, a long pause. Mara, I know. No, you don't listen to me. Dispatch chatter says they're treating you as involved. I know that too. What happened? I told him fast. The backpack, Owen Pike, the compressor knocking, my mother naming him. Dylan went quiet except for road noise behind him. He said, I remember Owen Pike. You do. Everyone in Portland Emergency Services knows the case. Missing kid, no body, 1,000 rumors. My supervisor just said the name when the Falmouth call came over. What rumors? Mara, not now. What rumors? He exhaled. One was that the kid was seen getting into a blue station wagon. Another was that he fell into an old drainage culvert. Another was that a neighbor grabbed him. None of it stuck. My family, I don't know. Dylan, I don't know. But if someone is staging this around that case, they're not just messing with you. They're poking a cold, missing child investigation. Behind me, the contractor shouted, Hey, officer, I turned. He was pointing toward the lower level. Water had begun spilling from the broken wall opening. Not a flood, not dramatic. A dark, steady seep that ran over the plastic sheeting and down the stone path, carrying grit and pale dust with it. The contractor swore. That's groundwater. If we leave that open and it freezes, it'll blow the new patch. Work was already moving. I said into the phone, "Water's coming out." Dylan's voice sharpened. "Coming from where?" "The opening." "Stay back." "I am, Mara, I am." But I was watching the water because something small and red had come with it. It caught against the edge of the plastic. At first, I thought it was a leaf. Then one of the workers bent and picked it up with 2 fingers. Even from across the driveway, I recognized the shape. A red plastic flashlight, the same one from the letter photo. The worker turned it over, confused. The flashlight clicked on. A weak yellow beam flickered across the snow. My mother screamed from the ambulance. Rourke shouted for everyone to stop moving. The younger officer ran for evidence gloves. Caroline started yelling at her attorney through her phone. The worker dropped the flashlight like it had burned him. And from my own phone, still pressed to my ear, Dylan said, "Mara, leave right now." I looked at the old house that wasn't there anymore, at the new house bleeding muddy water from its lower wall, at my mother trying to climb out of the ambulance, while Tess held her back. Then my phone buzzed with a new text. Unknown number. A photo loaded slowly because the signal was bad on Brackett Hill Road. It showed Tess's red Toyota from behind, not from earlier. Now, parked across from the house. The rear passenger door open. My mother's coat visible on the seat. The message underneath read, "Wrong opening." I turned toward the road. At that exact moment, the younger officer shouted from beside Tess's car, "There's something under the back seat." Tess looked at me. My mother stopped struggling. Rourke ran across the road, hand near his holster. I couldn't feel my knee anymore. The world had narrowed to the red Toyota, the open door, the gray slush along the shoulder, and the terrible knowledge that we had brought my mother, the letters, and whatever history, she was hiding directly to the place someone had arranged for us to stand. Rourke crouched by the back seat. He reached in. When he came out, he was holding a child's cassette tape in a cracked plastic case. Across the label, in my own crooked 13-year-old handwriting, were the words, "Do not play downstairs." And behind us, at 1127 Brackett Hill Road, the contractor yelled that the exposed wall was starting to collapse. The cassette tape looked too small to hold anything that could ruin us. It sat in Officer Rourke's gloved hand, cloudy plastic cracked across one corner, the white label yellowed at the edges. My handwriting crawled across it in purple marker, uneven and dramatic, the way everything I wrote at 13 had been dramatic. "Do not play downstairs." The words had been mine. That was the worst part, not the backpack and the wall, not the red flashlight washing out with groundwater, not the stranger texting me from somewhere close enough to photograph Tess's car. The worst part was seeing proof that some piece of this had belonged to me all along. Rourke held the tape away from me. "Nobody touches this. I need to hear it." "No, that's my handwriting. That makes it evidence." Behind us, the contractor shouted again from the side yard, Wall S moving. A deep crack followed, not loud like thunder. Worse, a grinding, loaded sound, stone and soaked soil shifting under pressure. Everyone turned toward the house. The lower side of 1127 Bracket Hill seemed to sag by half an inch. Muddy water thickened over the plastic sheeting, running faster now, carrying white concrete dust and bits of insulation. One worker backed up so quickly he slipped and went down on one hip. Caroline Mercer screamed at nobody in particular. Do something. Officer Rourke barked, everyone away from the structure. Now, the younger officer grabbed Caroline by the elbow and pulled her back. The contractors retreated up the driveway. Tess stood frozen beside her Toyota, one hand on the open rear door, eyes fixed on the cassette. My mother was still half out of the ambulance, her face gray, her cardigan hanging off one shoulder. She said, "That's not the tape." I turned so fast my knee buckled. What? Her eyes stayed on the cassette. That's not the one I hid. For a second, all the noise thinned out. The water, the radios, Caroline yelling about lawyers, the contractor swearing at the wall. All of it moved behind one sentence. "The one you hid?" I asked. My mother's mouth trembled. Rourke stepped closer. "Ms. Ellison, what did you hide?" She gripped the ambulance door so hard her knuckles whitened. "Not there." "Where?" She looked past the new house, across the slope, and the bare winter trees behind it, toward the back of the property. I followed her gaze. Behind 1127, the land dropped into a narrow wooded cut, half visible between the new landscaping and a line of old maples. I remembered that drop. As a kid, I'd called it the ditch, but it was more than that, a drainage swale that ran behind 3 properties, collecting runoff before carrying it toward a culvert under the road. In spring, it smelled like iron water and wet leaves. My father used to yell at us not to play near it because the banks gave way after rain. When Pike had cut through our yard near the drainage ditch, my mother whispered, "The bulkhead is wrong." Tess stepped toward her. "Aunt Linda, the old basement didn't open outside," my mother said, "but the crawl space did." I stared at her. "We had a crawl space, not on the inspection," she said, and gave a small, broken laugh. That was the whole problem. The house shifted again. This time, the sound came with a splintering snap from inside the lower level. One of the workers yelled, "Get back! Get back!" Rourke pushed the cassette into an evidence sleeve and looked at the younger officer. "Call utilities and fire. Tell them structural compromise with active water intrusion. Possible evidence on scene." Then my phone buzzed. Everyone heard it. I looked down. Unknown number. "You have 10 minutes before it closes itself. Ask Linda where she put the other tape." Rourke read it over my shoulder. His face hardened. "Whoever this is, they're on site," Caroline said. "What does that mean?" "It means get inside your car and lock it," Rourke snapped. A sound came from the tree line behind the property. A branch breaking. Not a ghost sound, not basement knocking. A real branch under a real foot. Rourke's head lifted. "Police, show yourself." No one answered. The younger officer moved to the cruiser for her radio. The contractors backed farther up the drive. Tess grabbed my sleeve. "Mara," she said, but my mother was already moving, not fast, not strong, but moving with the awful purpose of someone who has finally reached the part of a memory where running no longer helps. She stepped away from the ambulance and started across the driveway toward the side of the house, toward the muddy strip leading to the back. "Mom," she didn't stop. Rourke turned. "Ms. Ellison, stop right there," she said. "Owen wasn't in the basement." Then she walked past the caution tape. Everything broke at once. Rourke lunged after her. Tess ran after him. I followed because I could not follow, because the sentence "Owen wasn't in the basement" had split open every assumption we had. The side yard was slick with thawing mud under crusted snow. My injured knee protested every step, sending bright pain up my leg. I slipped once and caught myself against a stone retaining block, scraping my palm open again. Ahead, my mother moved toward the back slope, breathing hard, one hand pressed to her chest. Behind us, the lower wall gave another warning groan. Then the man from the trees ran. He came out low and quick from behind a maple, wearing a dark jacket, jeans wet to the knees, and a black knit cap pulled down over his ears. For half a second, I thought he was running away. He was running toward my mother. Rourke shouted, "Stop." The man didn't. Tess screamed. I grabbed the only thing near me, a loose shovel one of the contractors had left by the path, and swung it without thinking. I did not hit him heroically. I did not knock him out. I caught the edge of his shoulder as he passed, hard enough to throw him off balance. He slammed into me anyway. The impact drove the air from my lungs and sent both of us down into the mud. The shovel clattered away. He smelled like cold sweat, wet canvas, and cigarettes. His elbow hit my ribs. My knee twisted underneath me. Pain flared white. He scrambled up first, cursing, and reached for my mother again. Rourke tackled him from the side. They went down hard near the temporary fence panel. Rourke's radio popped loose and slid into the mud. The man fought with frantic, ugly strength, not trained but desperate. He clawed at Rourke's face. Rourke got a knee into his hip and shouted for the other officer. Tess grabbed my mother around the waist and hauled her backward. "Who is that?" I gasped. My mother stared at the struggling man. "Evan," she said. The man froze, just for a heartbeat, long enough for Rourke to wrench one arm behind his back. Evan Pike, 41 male, was Owen Pike's older brother. I only learned the full name later, after the cuffs, after the blood, after the reports. In that moment, he was a wet, shaking man with a gray stubble jaw and eyes that moved too fast, like he was tracking exits no one else could see. He spat mud. "She knows." Rourke pinned him. "Stop moving. She knows where he is." My mother said, "I don't." Evan laughed, and the sound was awful because it had grief in it. Not clean grief, fermented grief. Grief that had been stored badly for 22 years. "You cleaned the blood," he said. My mother flinched. Tess whispered, "Blood." My mother turned to me, and there was no defense left in her face. "It was on the basement door," she said. "A smear. I thought, God help me. I thought your father had done something." The house groaned behind us. The younger officer reached Rourke and helped cuff Evan. Caroline watched from the driveway, crying now, phone still in her hand. Contractors shouted over each other about collapse zones and water shutoffs, but my mother kept talking, as if stopping would kill her. "Owen came to the door that day. You were at school. Your father was supposed to be watching you after, but he was drunk by noon. Owen asked if he could cut through. I told him no. I had worked all night. I was angry. I shut the door. She swallowed. Later, I heard someone downstairs. I thought it was your father hiding liquor. I locked the basement door from the outside so he'd have to come up and talk to me. My stomach turned. But it wasn't him, I said. I don't know. Tears slid down her face. When I opened it, the basement was empty. The back wall near the laundry sink was wet. There was mud on the floor, and there was blood on the inside of the door. Rourke looked toward the house. Inside the door, like someone had hit it with their hand. Evan jerked against the cuffs. You let him die. I called your father, my mother said, looking at no one now. He said not to call police. He said if Owen had been there, they'd blame him because of the drinking, because of the fights, because everyone knew. He went downstairs with a flashlight. He came up and said there was a hole by the old crawlspace drain. Said the boy must have gone into the culvert and kept moving. You believed him? I asked. I wanted to. That answer landed harder than any confession. I understood it. Hated that I understood it. My mother looked at me. I recorded him. What? Your father, that night. He was drunk and talking to himself in the kitchen. I put the little cassette recorder under the radiator. He said Owen's name. He said the boy was stuck where the house forgot to have walls. Evan went still again. Rourke said, Where is that tape now? My mother pointed down the slope, behind the new house. In the drainage cleanout. I panicked. I hid it before the police came to ask questions. Then I told myself I would get it later. Then your father watched me all the time. Then we moved. Then the house was demolished. Tess's voice cracked. You left evidence in a drain for 22 years. My mother closed her eyes. Yes, the word was small. It was also enormous. The side yard gave a sudden, wet slump. A section of soil near the lower wall collapsed inward with a sucking sound, dragging plastic sheeting, and one corner of the temporary fence down toward the exposed opening. Muddy water surged. The workers yelled and scattered. Rourke shouted everybody back, but Evan started laughing. You hear that? He said. It's closing. The text had said 10 minutes. The cleanout. The other tape. The place my mother had hidden the only evidence that might explain Owen's last hours. It was not inside the collapsing house. It was behind it, down the drainage swale, where runoff from the old property still moved under the road. Rourke dragged Evan to his feet. Where exactly? My mother pointed with a shaking hand. At the bottom, concrete cap. There used to be a metal ring. The younger officer said, We can't send anyone down there until fire gets here. Fire isn't here, Tess said. Then we wait. The water surged again. A crack ran across the snow-crusted slope toward the swale. Waiting meant losing it. That was the trap. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Just gravity, water, bureaucracy, and one grieving man who had forced the old wound open at the exact moment the ground was ready to take it back. Evan twisted toward me. You want to know what's on your tape, Mara? Rourke tightened his grip. Shut up. He sent it, Evan said. Your father. He mailed the first one before he died. My mouth went dry. My father died 8 years ago. He wrote everything down. My mother kept his letters. I found them after she passed. He knew where Linda hid it. He knew about the crawl space. He knew you kids put things down there. My father sent nothing. No, Evan said. His smile trembled. He started it. I finished it. The letters, the photos, the fake report, the backpack. You planted the backpack, I said. It was Owen's. You planted it. I put it where they'd have to look. On my windshield, Tess's car, the police report. They ignored us for 22 years. So you used us. I used what she buried. The younger officer pulled him toward the cruiser. He shouted over his shoulder, "The tape is down there. If it washes out, ask your mother how much truth weighs when it's wet." Then the ground shifted again. This time the drainage swale answered. A section of bank at the bottom collapsed, opening a dark, culvert-like mouth beneath roots and old stones. Water ran into it fast, churning brown. In the exposed edge, half buried under packed mud, I saw a circular concrete cap with a rusted metal ring. The cleanout. Tess saw it too. "No," she said, already knowing what I was about to do. I took one step down the slope. My knee nearly folded. Rourke yelled, "Mara, stop." I didn't. There are moments when bravery and stupidity are the same animal viewed from different angles. I was not brave. I was tired of doors closing. I was tired of adults choosing silence and calling it protection. I was tired of concrete, policy, and fear deciding what got buried. Tess caught up with me. "You can't even walk straight." "Then help me." "That is not what I meant. Please." She looked at the cleanout, then at my mother, then at the water cutting deeper through the mud. "Damn you," she said, and put my arm over her shoulders. We went down together, slow, sliding, half-controlled. The mud sucked at our shoes. Cold water ran over my boots and through the tear in my jeans, burning my scraped knee. Behind us, Rourke shouted into his radio for immediate fire response and rope. The younger officer had Evan at the cruiser. Caroline was screaming that we were insane. We probably were. Halfway down, the bank crumbled under Tess's foot. She dropped to one knee with a cry. I grabbed a root. It held, barely. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "My pride is dead," she hissed. "Move." We reached the concrete cap. It was smaller than I expected, maybe 18 inches across, set into a muddy collar at the edge of the old drainage line. The metal ring was rusted almost flat. I pulled. Nothing. Tess pulled. Nothing. Water rushed around our ankles, tugging downhill into the open culvert. The slope above us made another deep shifting sound. Rourke appeared at the top of the swale with a tow strap from the contractor's truck. "Do not open that until we have you secured." "We can't move it," I shouted. He slid down partway, bracing one boot against a rock, and tossed the strap. "Loop it through." My fingers were numb. Tess threaded the strap through the ring while I held the cap steady. Rourke wrapped the other end around his forearm and shouted to a contractor to help. "On 3, he yelled. 1, 2, 3. The cap moved half an inch, then stuck. Again. It came up with a wet grinding sound that I felt in my teeth. The smell hit first. Rotten leaves, old water, rust. A sealed dampness that seemed to come from years rather than depth. Inside was a vertical pipe, half clogged with mud and roots. Something black plastic was wedged about a foot down. A bag, not big, not new. My hand wouldn't reach. Tess took off her coat. "What are you doing?" She wrapped it around her arm, plunged her hand into the cleanout, and screamed from the cold. "Careful," Rourke shouted. "I am being careful," she strained, shoulders shaking. It stuck. The water around us rose suddenly to mid-shin as another surge came from the broken wall above. Mud slapped against my calves. I reached in beside her. The pipe was too narrow, our hands jammed together, skin scraping concrete. "Move," I said. "No." "Tess, no, you'll freeze." "Move," she did. I pushed my arm into the cleanout up to the elbow. The cold erased everything. For a second, I was 13 in the basement dark, air running out. Then my fingers found plastic. I hooked it, pulled it, tore. "Got it?" Tess asked. "No," the bag slipped deeper. I made a sound I did not recognize. My mother's voice came from above. "Mara," I looked up. She had come to the edge of the slope, held back by a contractor. Her face was wrecked. "I'm sorry," she called. "Not enough, too late." But true. I shoved my arm deeper, twisting my shoulder until pain sparked under the joint. My fingertips caught the torn plastic again, then something hard inside it. A cassette case. I pulled. The bag came free all at once. I fell backward into Tess. We both hit the mud. Water splashed over my chest and chin. The slope above us cracked loud enough to stop every voice. Rourke yelled, "Move now." We climbed. Not gracefully. Not fast enough. Tess shoved me from behind. Rourke grabbed my wrist so hard I thought he might break it and hauled me up the last 5 feet. My scraped hand tore open against a rock. Tess came after, slipping, sobbing with effort, one shoe gone in the mud. The bank collapsed where we had been standing. The cleanout vanished under a rush of brown water and soil. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then fire sirens grew in the distance. Rourke took the black plastic bag from me. He didn't scold. He didn't thank me. His face was pale beneath the weather burn. "You could have died," he said. "I know." He opened the torn bag just enough to see inside. Another cassette, a folded Polaroid, a small mud-stained key. My mother saw the key and made a sound like she had been hit. "What is it?" Tess asked. My mother whispered, "The basement door." Evan, cuffed beside the cruiser, began to cry. Not laugh, cry. The fire trucks arrived 3 minutes later, too late for the cleanout, but in time to keep the lower wall from taking part of the house with it. Police sealed the property. Caroline was moved across the road, wrapped in a blanket, though she kept insisting she was not cold. My mother was put back in the ambulance. Tess sat on the bumper beside me, shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Rourke did not play the tape there. "Evidence rules," he said. "Chain of custody," he said. "Proper equipment," he said. But the Polaroid slipped partway out of the bag as he resealed it. I saw enough. A boy in a blue jacket standing at the bottom of our basement stairs. Alive, scared, one hand raised toward the camera. Behind him, in the raw concrete wall near the laundry sink, was a dark rectangular opening I had never remembered seeing. Not a ghost, not the house writing letters from beneath itself. A hidden crawlspace, a missing boy, a mother who hid evidence, a father who had known more than he ever confessed, a brother who turned grief into a snare and used us as bait to force the ground open. The central threat had a face now, Evan Pike, but the deeper horror had more than one. It had my father's silence, my mother's fear, my own handwriting on a tape I had apparently made and then buried inside my mind because children learn what not to remember when adults make remembering unsafe. As they loaded Evan into the cruiser, he looked at me through the muddy window. "You'll hear it," he said. Maybe he meant the tape. Maybe he meant Owen. Maybe he meant the sound of the basement door and the fist against it, and all the years between. The cleanout was gone. The slope was ruined. The new house stood wounded above the mud, lights on in rooms built over rooms that no longer existed. But in Rourke's evidence bag, sealed and labeled, the second tape remained. Recovered, not lost, not buried again. And there was no way back to the life I'd had that morning, where the worst thing in my mailbox was a bill I didn't want to open. By the time they let us leave Brackett Hill Road, the cuffs had already gone around Evan Pike's wrists. The cleanout had already disappeared under mud, and my mother had stopped speaking in full sentences. Not because she couldn't, because every sentence had become evidence. An EMT wrapped my hand in gauze while I sat on the back bumper of the ambulance with a foil blanket over my shoulders and Tess beside me, barefoot on one side, her lost shoe still somewhere in the drainage swale. Mud had dried in thick streaks along her calf. Her cardigan was ruined. Every few seconds, she laughed once through her nose like she couldn't believe this was still happening, then went quiet again. "You need stitches," the EMT said. I looked at my palm. A red line ran from the base of my thumb toward my wrist, full of grit despite the rinse. It pulsed with my heartbeat. "I need to hear the tape." "No," Officer Rourke said from 3 feet away. He had mud on one cheek and a scratch under his eye from Evan's fingernails. He looked tired enough to fall asleep standing up, but his voice still had that clipped edge. "It's evidence," he said. "Both tapes are evidence. The Polaroid, the key, the letters, the backpack, the flashlight, all of it." Tess leaned her head against the ambulance door. "Can evidence get us coffee?" The EMT gave her a sympathetic half smile. "After the hospital." "I don't want the hospital. You fell into a collapsing drainage ditch. I participated in a drainage incident. You're going to the hospital." That was how the day narrowed again, not into fear this time, but into procedure. Names, dates of birth, insurance cards, vitals, photos of injuries. A detective from Cumberland County arrived and asked us not to discuss statements with one another until interviews were complete, which was impossible because Tess and I had spent half our lives sharing looks that counted as full conversations. My mother was taken to Maine Medical first because her blood pressure was high enough to make the EMT stop, using gentle voices. Tess and I went after in a separate ambulance. I remember staring at the ceiling vents as we moved, feeling every bump through my knee and ribs, smelling antiseptic and old plastic, listening to Tess tell the paramedic she taught 4th grade and had 28 students. And no, she did not normally spend school days in mud holes. Dylan met us in the emergency department, still in uniform, sleeves pushed up, face drawn from his own shift. He didn't say, "I told you so." That was how I knew he was angry. He stood at the foot of my bed while a physician assistant cleaned my hand properly, which hurt so sharply I had to stare at the wall and count ceiling tiles. "You went down the slope," Dylan said. "Yes, with a compromised retaining wall, technically behind it." "Mara, I know." "No, you don't." His voice stayed low, but it shook. "I got a dispatch update that said 2 civilians were in a collapse zone. I knew before they said your name." The PA kept working tweezers through my cut. A bit of gravel clicked into a metal tray. "I'm sorry," I said. Dylan looked away. For a while, that was all either of us could do with it. Tess had a sprained wrist, bruised ribs, and mild hypothermia from shoving her arm into the cleanout. I had 6 stitches, a strained knee, 2 bruised ribs, and enough mud in my hair that a nurse gave me a surgical cap out of pity. My mother was admitted overnight for observation. They put her in a bed by a window, where she lay very still and watched gulls wheel over the hospital roof. The police interviewed her there. I wasn't allowed inside. I sat in the hallway with a paper cup of vending machine tea I didn't drink and watched people walk in and out of rooms carrying flowers, discharge papers, urine samples, cafeteria trays. Ordinary pain moved all around us. A man argued with billing on his phone. A woman in snow boots cried softly beside the elevator. Somewhere behind a curtain, a child asked if stitches were like shoelaces. At 8:17 that night, Detective Marisol Grant, female, early 50s, came out of my mother's room with a notebook in one hand and her glasses pushed up on her head. She had kind eyes and a mouth that didn't waste movement. "She's asking for you," she said. "Can I see her for a few minutes?" Don't discuss the details of her statement. That left almost nothing. My mother looked smaller in the hospital bed. Not innocent. Not fragile in the way people use fragility to avoid blame. Just reduced. Her cardigan had been replaced by a hospital gown. Her hair had come loose, gray roots showing plainly under the fluorescent light. I stood by the bed. She said, "Your father died before anyone could punish him." I didn't answer. "He was never brave," she continued. "People think cruelty is strength. It is. It's usually fear wearing boots." The monitor beside her clicked softly. Green numbers shifted. "What happened to Owen?" I asked. Her eyes filled, but she didn't cry. "I don't know. That's the part I can't forgive." I mean I might have forgiven fear. Not calling fast enough, panicking, being trapped in a marriage with him. I understand ugly choices more than I want to. My throat tightened. But you let everyone live with a missing boy instead of a dead one. His family never got to bury anything. She turned her face toward the window. I told myself no body meant hope. "Was for you?" "Yes," she whispered. "There are apologies that ask to be accepted, and apologies that only sit down beside the damage they caused. Hers was the second kind. She said she was sorry. Not loudly, not dramatically. She said it once, and then again later when I was already at the door. I didn't tell her it was okay. It was. The tapes were processed the next day. Not given to us. Not played in some dark room where everyone gasped at the truth. Real life is meaner and slower than that. The county lab had to stabilize the cassettes because of water damage. A forensic audio technician baked moisture out of one shell, transferred the tape, documented chain of custody, and told the detectives the sound quality was poor. We waited 3 days. In those 3 days, Evan Pike was charged with burglary, stalking, evidence tampering, filing a false police report, and assaulting an officer. More charges were pending. His attorney argued he had been trying to expose evidence in a neglected missing person case. The prosecutor argued he had endangered multiple people. and contaminated a possible crime scene. Both were true. That was one of the worst things about it. Evan had been wrong in almost every method, and right that something had been buried. The first tape, the one from the cleanout, was my mother S. The recording was dated March 18, 2004, according to her statement. The audio began with kitchen sounds, the hum of our old refrigerator, a chair scrape, ice clinking in a glass. My father's voice slurred in and out, sometimes too low to catch. I did not hear it directly until months later, after the case moved far enough that victims' families were allowed copies of certain materials. Detective Grant summarized it for me first in a small conference room with beige walls and a box of tissues placed too deliberately on the table. My father said Owen's name. He said the boy had gone into the service gap. He said, "I told him not to crawl back there." He said, "He was making noise, Linda." What was I supposed to do? Call them and say there's a kid under the house, and I can't explain why I locked the door. He said my mother's name many times. He said mine once. Not because I had done anything, because I had left a cassette recorder downstairs earlier that week, because I had been playing detective, recording house sounds for a school project I never turned in, because when adults were dangerous, I had learned to make proof before I understood what proof meant. The second tape was mine, the one labeled "Do not play downstairs." It was mostly a child whispering. My voice, small and close to the recorder mic, narrating what I heard through the basement wall. Dripping, furnace clicks, a scraping sound I thought was mice. Then a boy's voice, faint enough that the technician marked parts unclear. Not words at first, then one phrase they could isolate. "Please open it." I was not trapped in the basement for 43 minutes that night because the door stuck. The door had been locked. My mother had opened it after hearing me scream, but she had not heard Owen because he was not in the main room. He was behind the laundry wall, in the narrow, unpermitted crawl space left from an old foundation modification, accessible through a service gap near the drainage line. My father had known about it. Contractors later found evidence that someone had partially blocked the interior opening with lumber and sheet plastic long before demolition. Owen's remains were not found whole. That is a cruel sentence, but it is the cleanest one. After the collapse, investigators excavated the drainage line and part of the old foundation area under court order. They recovered bone fragments, a sneaker, and a blue jacket degraded almost beyond color. Dental records confirmed Owen Pike. The cause of death could not be determined with certainty. The medical examiner listed it as undetermined, with contributing circumstances consistent with entrapment and environmental exposure. That phrase appeared in the report like a bureaucratic shrug over a child's last hours. The Pike family held a memorial in April. I went. So did Tess. My mother did not. Not because she wasn't asked, because she was advised by her lawyer not to attend, and because Owen's surviving relatives did not owe her the chance to perform grief in front of them. Evan was not there either. He was in custody. Owen's mother, Ruth Pike, female, 70 now and bent from age and something heavier, stood beside a framed photo of a boy with freckles and a crooked smile. She did not speak to me until after the service, when people were folding chairs in the church basement and scraping casserole dishes clean. "You were a child," she said. I nodded, because anything else would have sounded like asking for mercy. "You were a child," she repeated. Then she walked away. I kept that sentence for later. Still don't know what to do with it. The legal consequences came in layers. Evan took a plea on some charges, while the rest tangled with the missing person case. Linda was charged with obstruction and evidence tampering after the fact, though her lawyer argued coercion, domestic abuse, and delayed disclosure. She sold her car to pay legal fees, then stopped answering most calls except Tess S. I visited twice. Both times we spoke politely about medication, whether she needed groceries. Neither of us mentioned basements. My father remained dead, and therefore legally convenient. His name appeared in articles beside words like suspected, alleged, and deceased former resident. Reporters called my work. One left a note taped to my apartment door. My company offered me 2 weeks unpaid leave, which they described as supportive flexibility. I took one and spent most of it cleaning. Not because things were dirty, because every object had become suspicious. I threw away old papers, broken chargers, jars without lids. I checked the backs of closets and under radiators. I opened boxes I had moved from apartment to apartment without unpacking and found ordinary artifacts: college notebooks, expired passports, a scarf I thought I'd lost, birthday cards from people I no longer knew. No more letters came. That should have helped. It didn't. Absence is not the same thing as peace. It has its own sound. At night, my radiator still knocked. Pipes still clicked inside the walls. The mail slot downstairs still squealed when the carrier opened it. Normal apartment noises returned to their normal explanations, but I had lost the gift of accepting them quickly. One evening in May, after the mud had dried at Brackett Hill and the Mercers had put the house up for sale as is, Dylan came over with takeout again. He locked the door behind him without comment. I noticed he only checked it once. That was his offering. Tess arrived 10 minutes later, wearing sandals and carrying a plant she said was impossible to kill. "For your emotionally haunted apartment," she said, "it's a pothos. It's a survivor." We ate on the floor because my table was covered in folders from the case. Not official ones, copies, notes, articles, records I could not stop organizing. Dylan nudged one with his foot. "You know this doesn't become less real if you file it better." "I know. Do you?" Tess pointed her fork at him. "Let her have tabs." "Thank you. I'm not saying it's healthy. I'm saying it's on brand. For a while, we were almost normal. That was how ordinary reality returned, not as a cure, but as small usable pieces. Greasy noodles. Tess complaining about standardized testing. Dylan telling us about a man who called 911 because his smartwatch said he was dead. My stitched palm itching under the new pink skin. My knee aching before rain. Then the mail came. A hard metal clatter downstairs. All 3 of us stopped. Dylan set his fork down. Tess closed her eyes. "Nope, I hate that. It's just the mail," I said. Neither of them moved, so I did. The vestibule smelled like wet cardboard and dust, same as always. The overhead light buzzed but did not flicker. My mailbox held 2 grocery coupons, a water bill, and a padded envelope addressed in blue pen. My current address. My current apartment. Return address. Cumberland County District Attorney's Office. I carried it upstairs. Inside was the copy of the Polaroid I had requested weeks earlier and half forgotten about, because forgetting is sometimes a mercy your brain offers in tiny installments. Dylan and Tess stood behind me while I laid it on the counter. Owen Pike at the bottom of the basement stairs. Blue jacket, raised hand, fear on his face. Behind him, the dark rectangular opening in the wall. And there, in the lower right corner, almost lost in flash glare, was something I hadn't noticed in the glimpse at Brackett Hill. The green laundry basket. Inside it were unmatched socks, a plastic horse with one leg missing, and a cassette recorder with a red button pressed down. My recorder, my tape, my proof. But tucked beneath the basket handle, barely visible, was the corner of another envelope. White, clean, addressed in handwriting too small to read. I sent a scan to Detective Grant the next morning. She called me back after lunch. "It could be anything," she said. "I know. It may not have survived. The basement was demolished. The area collapsed. We recovered what we recovered. I know. We'll note it." That was what official closure sounded like. We'll note it. I taped a copy of the Polaroid inside a folder and put the folder in a plastic bin. I labeled the bin because of course I did. Then I placed it on the highest shelf of my closet, where I could reach it if I needed to, but not by accident. That night, I locked my apartment door once. Then I stood there with my hand on the deadbolt, listening. The building settled around me, pipe tick, refrigerator hum, a neighbor's laugh through the wall, a truck backing up somewhere on Pine Street with 3 flat beeps and a pause. Ordinary sounds. Explainable sounds. I went to bed. And in the morning, for the first time in months, there was nothing in the mailbox with my name on it. I wish that had felt like an ending. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.